Good evening and welcome to Live Sim Racing TV and tonight's broadcast of the Pros League Beer Money Truck Series finale, the Miss Dockside 500 from Talladega Super Speedway up here in the LSRTV booth. I'm Jacob Seelman for tonight's broadcast alongside Tim Masters and Nick Lockhart, and we're ready to bring you 188 laps. 500 miles here from Talladega as we get set to conclude Season 1 of the Beer Money Truck Series. A lot of action getting ready to unfold here over the next 188 laps. Tim, we've got a full field, 42 trucks set to take the green flag here in just a few minutes. Just finishing warm-ups, and there is a lot to be decided, and there's a points battle that is getting ready to come down to the wire here tonight.
Jacob, this one's going to be a doozy of a race. I'm telling you, I was here for both of the dual races. Nick and I were here to see these things, and I cannot express how awesome it was to watch the professionalism of the drivers in both of those dual races that we watched earlier in the week. Fantastic performers on the track, good side-by-side racing with a lot of respect for one another. You're going to see action on the track tonight. You're going to see respect for fellow drivers, and you're going to see 42 trucks going at it, trying to win that $500 prize that goes to the winner.
It is $500 to win, and of course, because of that, we do want to say thank you to Miss Dockside herself, Kim Dolan, out of Channel Island, California, helping to make this event tonight possible. $500 to win in every position, all the way back to 42nd, pays out cold hard cash at the end of 500 miles tonight. Nick, you guys have been around for this, and I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot of action, we've seen a lot of strategy. What's it going to take tonight to go to victory lane at Talladega?
Jacob, that's a great question, and tonight it's definitely going to come down to pit strategy. This is a long race, 188 laps. Expect to see multiple pit stops with a restrictor plate track racing like this. You've got to time it perfectly with your partner. If not, you will lose the draft. Very important to get on and off pit road. Keep it at pit speed, 55 miles an hour. That will decide where you're going to be at the end of this race to compete for that $500 prize.
And we've got a points battle that's going to be decided tonight as well, Tim. Ryan Borg is leading by 24 points coming into this final event over George Bark. Bark, winner of 3 of the 4 races so far this season. It's incredible to think that he's even down coming into this final event, but Borg is totally consistent, and that's what's put him at the top of this board going into the finale here tonight.
Well, listen, both of these guys are great drivers. They are professionals in sim racing. They know what they're doing out there on the track, and they're very familiar with these trucks. The trucks, they behave differently than the A cars that you would see in sim racing, and especially in iRacing or in the B car series on the oval tracks in iRacing. Nick, tell us how we can expect these trucks to behave as they go around the track here at Talladega.
Tim, at these high speeds, these trucks will be negotiating these corners. There's going to get a lot of wind coming off, sometimes bad air. You're going to see a lot of trucks get very swirly. You're going to also have to manage and regulate your temperatures. You can really easily, very quickly overheat these engines, and your night will be cut short if you blow up from too much heat in that motor.
All right, before we go green, let's take a look at the starting lineup presented by Miss Dockside for tonight's Miss Dockside 500 here from Talladega. On pole, Stephen Hendren. Outside pole tonight is Dylan Rowe. Row 2, Mark Maffett and John Corden. Row 3 tonight, Jeremy Crandall, Gary Bauer. Row 4, George Bark. Coming into this, he's got a good starting position, and Travis Brown. Bark starting 7th, and that's going to be key, I think, in this points battle, Tim.
Absolutely. And following Travis Brown, we have Wade Rookert in the 82 and Brian Cross in the 78. Those two sure to knock it out here tonight, do a great job on the track. Robert O'Neill in the 77 and Eric Wilson out there in the 76. We saw great things from Robert O'Neill during his heat race earlier in the week.
Moving on back to row 7, Kerry Cleaver, starting 13th, starting 14th, Cecil Reen. Row 8, Ralph Shipman and Stephen Earp.
Row 9 brings us Rod Ronimus Sr. in the number 3 and Rodney Smith in the number 96, followed by Ryan Bors in a 02 truck and Logan Cochran in the number 7.
Row 11, James Hickson, Travis McNutt, and row 12 tonight, Carl Burke and Ben Burnett.
Richard Gabinelli and Eric Rodman take the next row, and Verlis Velkins, followed by Dale Smalley in the 69.
Row 15 finds Shane Sylvester and Eric Wortley, starts 30th. Row 16, 31st, LG Whaley, and outside of him, Philip Carsley.
Jason Beach and Jay Anderson make up the next row. That's the 29 and the 18 truck, followed by the 06 of Daniel Miller and the number 10 truck of Scott Brinson.
Row 19, starting 37th, Michael Van Nostel. He was fastest in warm-up earlier this evening, and William Hale to his outside. The final four starters, Rod Ronimus Jr. and Danny Rude, making up row 20, and shotgun on the field in the final row, Earl Lateral and Christopher Lorenz, 41st and 42nd. That's your starting field for tonight's Miss Dockside 500, Tim.
Boy, this is going to be a doozy of a race. They are lined up. There's a lot of money on the line here. Our race winner gets $500. This is sim racing. This is iRacing.com. You are going to see some non-stop action here on LSRTV. Thanks again to the guys from Pros League for putting this race on, and to Mrs. Dockside, Dockside Realty. We'll go over how to contact them if you need to buy some premium real estate in California.
Nick, they're rolling into turn 3. The big thing about this, the start-finish line, all the way down towards turn number 1. Those final 1,000 yards could be where everything's decided here tonight.
Jacob, you're absolutely right. This is going to make for a very interesting finish. Coming around that tri-oval, we'll expect to see 2 and 3, maybe even 4 wide racing here as the pace car dives into the pit road.
Getting set to go, green flag racing. Stephen Hendren doing row. The field in their hands as they roll through the tri-oval and get ready to roll towards the start-finish line. Waiting on the green flag. There it is, green flag in the air. We are underway from Talladega. Hendren on the bottom, trying to get hooked up as the tandems start to form and they roll towards turn 1.
I tell you, if I'm in the lead right now, I would be looking for a racing partner and being careful not to get too far out in front of the pack. I might just ease up a little bit and let that 73 truck of Jeremy Crandall catch me so that the outside line doesn't pass me by.
Outside, 85 got the huge run with the push from 420, making their way down the back stretch. Looks like they'll probably clear it here, going into 3. Still single file in the top 4 position. Still trucks trying to figure it out on back.
Topside is the place to be. Dylan Rowe, John Corden, those are your front 2. They got a huge run through turn numbers 1 and 2. They take the lead off of turn 4, and that tandem now going to be a 3-truck tandem as they roll through the tri-oval and head to complete lap 1. It looks like Rowe going to have the advantage.
Look out for the number 3 of Travis Brown doing a great job pushing. We saw him in the dual races earlier this week, doing well to stay right on the rear bumper. They have caught that high outside line. I think they're practicing for later on right now. It's a long race. They're probably pacing themselves, but it doesn't hurt just to get a little bit of that pushing practice in early on.
Out of 2, down the backstretch they go. John Corden out front in the 420 truck, hooked up with his partner, pushing hard behind him in the 419. Rounding out the top 4 here, single file on the bottom side as they make their way into turn 3.
The teammates hooked up Corden and Hendren in the 419 and the 420. They go to the race lead, and they really hung Dylan Rowe right there out to dry, Tim. Down the back straightaway, they got ahead of steam, left him there, and took the lead as they come to the tri-oval.
Now, I've been in a few of these restrictor plate races here on iRacing before, and when you get hung to the outside, there's really nothing you can do. You don't want to squeeze your way back into the line. You don't want to risk causing a major accident this early on in an event. Sometimes you just got to fall back, get in line, and start fresh.
You're absolutely right, Tim. There's still a long ways to go as they make their way out of turn 2, down the backstretch. The top 10 leaders are starting to single file it in on the back here. Starting to see the different packs start to form as they make their way down into turn 3.
Headed for turn 3, Corden and Hendren, about a truck length. Gary Bauer and Travis Brown, those are your front 4 right now, and Hendren, the pole sitter, laying all over the back bumper of his teammate as they work off turn number 4. He's trying to get him a little separation, but now the pack closing back in. It's less than a truck length. Maybe a run to the outside coming as they come to the stripe.
Now we may have a couple of strategy players out there at the rear of the field. Mark Moffitt and Philip Carsley hanging back 27, almost 28 seconds behind the lead pack. Planning on doing something later on, I'm sure.
The problem with that theory, though, is, Tim, that if you hang back so far, now they've lost the draft, you've got to be careful not to go a lap down this early in the going.
That's a great point. Absolutely, but I have seen these two work together in the duel, and they are pretty efficient when they're doing the pushing, so hopefully they won't go too far down early on in this race.
We had a lead swap. Cars were switching and made it 3 wide. The John Corden in 420 fell back, looked like he hooked up with his teammate, lost a few positions, still on the outside as they make their way down the front stretch into the tri-oval, around the corner.
And that's getting really dicey. We didn't think we were going to see it get quite this dicey early on in the going. We thought everybody would single file out and just ride for a little while. That is not the case. New leader Gary Bauer in the number 27 with drafting help from Travis Brown in the 33. Rowe in the 85 after starting on the front row. Back up to third now, but he's door-to-door off turn 2 and down the back straightaway with the Hendren and Corden tandem.
Well, come on now. This race is for $500. Not 500 iRacing credits, $500 to the winner. Of course there's exciting action early on in this race.
Round turn 3 and 4 as they come. We still have the 2 tandem trucks on the outside of 420 and 419 hooked up bumper to bumper as they're starting to make the run on the outside, coming into the tri-oval. Looks like they got the huge run on the outside. Still 2x2 back. Really close pack racing as they come to the stripe going into 1.
Bauer and Brown with the lead, but Stephen Hendren and John Corden with the run to the outside. They're up to third. They want more. Now, almost a look to the inside for Travis Brown, but they tuck it right back into line off turn number 2. They want to keep the 419 and 420 of Hendren and Corden behind them down the back. They've got the run, but they get disconnected for just an instant, and that allows Hendren to get the run. He's almost to side-by-side for second into turn 3.
Now keep an eye on the 76 of Eric Wilson. He's a prime example of what you need to watch here during this Dockside 500. He's trapped down on the bottom side as they negotiate these turns and go down the long straightaways here. If you go too far below that yellow line, especially in the corner, you could end up hooking your truck and it'll cause it to spin or shoot up back on the track. That almost happened to him going through turn 4 a lap ago.
As they make their way into turn 1, 3 wide, looking as some teammates appear to be switching very early on. Still a long ways to go. We've got to keep the fenders on the truck, and we've got to keep the engine temps down. On the high side, 3 wide, huge run with the teammates, 419, 420, 419 out in front. They're going to clear it here. They're going to come down on the inside. Huge run on the outside by the 73, pushed by the 42 as they make their way into turn 3.
Bauer just dropped like a rock going down the back straightaway. He has absolutely no help, and it is going to cost him about 8 spots right here. They're 3 wide, trying to go 4 wide off turn 4. Bauer trying to find some room to race, but Hendren from about 4th back to the lead as they're 3 wide, almost 4 wide for second behind him.
I am telling you what, this is some action. Look at that high side trying to get a run and doing so successfully, passing, getting up to the leaders right now, giving each other plenty of room, though. They are 3 wide, but they are giving one another room. This is some professional racing going on right here. Look at the 33 sliding back through the pack. Travis Brown waiting to catch on with the drafting partner there.
Guys, I'll tell you what,
again.
33 damaged left rear quarter. Unfortunately, in that mix, there was some door contact. They're banging coming to the line. He did sustain a little left rear damage. We'll see how that affects his night here as they make their way 3 wide into turn 4 coming down the front stretch.
3 by 3 by 3 by 3 all the way back through the field. It is wild and it is crazy, and it is now the 85 of Dylan Rowe to the front of this field with help from Brian Cross in the 78. That's your top 2. Everything else pretty much changing almost faster than we can call it as they cross the stripe. Corden and Hendren back up to 3rd and 4th. They're outside. They want the lead going into turns 1 and 2.
Now, Steve Hendren had a little bit of trouble during his dual race, but he was dominant during the majority of it. That's the 419 of Stephen Hendren. Doing a great job pushing. Look at him, just shooting him up towards the front, passing the 85 truck with ease. It's like they just engaged their turbo button. Look at them go.
Jacob, I tell you what, they're racing this thing like it's the last lap, and we're just approaching the 10th lap of this race as the 420 and 419 still hanging out front here, looking really strong on the outside, coming down the front stretch. Here we come on the outside, 73 pushed by the 42, making their way into the tri-oval. Will they catch them in time to make the pass in turn one?
Crandall not going to make it by the time they get to the stripe, so it's John Corden and Stephen Hendren now going to try to swap positions. Hendren wants that lead back in the 419. He's down low. He's now going to try to get drafting help from the 42 of George Bark. Tandems shifting all over the place as they work off turn two. The teammates separated, Hendren and Corden now side by side for the lead down the back straightaway.
Now keep in mind too, race fans, as you're watching it, it's a 420 of John Corden. He didn't necessarily block the 73. His teammate may have been getting hot there and needed to cool down for a short period, and they didn't want to make a switch with all those cars behind him. So it's likely he just poked up there for a second or two to allow his pusher to cool down a bit.
And how about that? They pull off that switch and they don't lose the lead. They actually managed to get the tandems exactly back to how they were. So now we put them back, re-rack them, restack them. Corden leads. Hendren again to the inside as they work down turn one. We're going to try this switch again. The problem, George Bark way up the outside, trying to make it too wide for the lead off two.
33 getting a huge push by the 27, coming up quick on the outside. They've got the huge run as the inside's being freight trained by a 5-car train on the outside as the looks like the 676 dives on the inside. We've got a new leader out front making their way into 3.
The 42 of George Bark has come to life. He's got Jeremy Crandall in the 73 pushing, and they have overhauled John Corden and Stephen Hendren. Hendren now leading that 2-truck tandem in 3rd and 4th. That's your top 4 as they work back to the stripe. And some new players as Dylan Rose starts to fall back a little bit through this field, maybe trying to position himself, Tim, for a run a little bit later.
I would think so. You know, positioning is everything. Some drivers prefer to be in the front of the field for the duration of the race. That way they maybe avoid the accidents behind them. Some folks like to be in the mix of it the whole time because they don't want to get bored with the driving. And others, you'll find them in the back of the pack with their own strategy, hoping that maybe a caution will play out and they can worry about getting up front later on.
Round the turn they go in the 3, single file all along the bottom here. Everyone's starting to calm down. They realize it's a long race. They got to save their equipment. As they come out of turn 4, still single file. George Bark in the 42 truck leads them down the front stretch as they make their way into the tri-oval.
And Bark going to lead this lap. That is going to put us now working lap number 13 of 188 here at Talladega Superspeedway for the Miss Dockside 500. George Bark, your leader. Oh, we got trouble in turn 3.
Boy,
trouble in
howdy.
turn 3, Tim. We got trucks going around. We got a big mess.
Oh, I can believe it. With $500 on the line, just a small little touch, boy, that could throw a truck into the wall. Let's look at these replays and see what happened. Nick. Now, I don't think we have a driver at fault here yet. There's definitely not a driver at fault. Looks like it's more of a situation where we had drivers trying to occupy the same space at the same time, and that's just not going to happen on this track.
Yeah, what it looked like right there was the 22 of Ralph Shipman washing up the track into Rod Ronimus Sr. in that 3 just a little bit. Just slight contact between the two, but of course at Talladega, Nick, all it takes is just ever so slight contact. So Shipman and Ronimus in the wall coming off turns 3 and 4, and looking like right there, that's going to potentially end both of their nights here in the Miss Dockside 500.
That is unfortunate for a $500 prize cut so soon. Looking back at it right at the start-finish line, too, I imagine this is not going to be the first time tonight we're going to see a wreck at the start-finish line. It's so easy to get blindsided. You're just driving along straight, and then all of a sudden you get turned. It's just how this type of racing unfolds.
And race fans out there watching, not everyone has the same setup at home. Keep in mind, these drivers are at their house, their personal residence, driving these trucks via their sim racing cockpit whenever they have set up at home. Not all drivers even have 3 racing screens. Some of them rely on just 1 racing screen, so you can't see with excellent peripheral vision all the time if you're just using 1 screen. I'm not saying that's what happened with this driver, just keeping in mind that not everyone's using the same equipment. during this race.
And
Tim,
it looks
definitely
like
like,
right now we have got most of this field, Tim, getting ready to make their way onto pit road for the first time. In fact, they do make the hard left turn onto the pit lane. George Bark leading the entire field, it looks like, down onto pit road for their first round of service here today.
I tell you, when I'm in these types of races, and I am quite often, and I run many of these races with Nick, I rely on the expertise of Nick, what he's got to say, and some of my other teammates of what I should be doing here on the pit. So, Nick, what should I do during this first pit stop, 14 laps in?
Tim, great question. At this point, you definitely need to top it off with fuel and take your 4 tires. At this point in the race, it's still a long way to go. I've been in a situation where we did fuel only and stayed out on old tires, and I've actually cut a right front, come to the finish there, and put it in the wall and into my night. So all drivers, if they're smart, they're going to be taking 4 tires of fuel for right now. Hopefully everyone that was involved in that wreck will get the damage repaired and get back out there and stay on the lead lap.
And it looks like, I believe, the 42 of Bark won that race off of pit road. So we'll reset the field here in just a moment, and getting a report there over the radio that Gary Bauer actually missed his pit stall. So technically he wins the race off pit road, but unfortunately that's likely going to call him back in. And Nick, that's maybe a costly mistake anywhere else, but here at Talladega you can go to the back and work your way back to the front in no time.
Yeah, it really is, and he's very fortunate that that did happen under a caution flag here. Under a green flag stop, that would have been extremely costly, especially if he was trying to time it with a teammate. Any one of your teammates, you're trying to pull it in, overshoots their pits, they're going to be on pit road for a few more seconds, and that's a huge difference out on track. So cut a break. Everyone needs to get those little wiggles out of their system now. They need to focus, concentrate. Still a long way to go. Plenty of time to make up for that minor mistake.
Folks, you are watching the Mrs. Dockside 500. That's $500 to win, $10 to start, guaranteed for these competitors out there on the track right now. This is a race at Talladega Super Speedway. This is a 200-lap race. We're going at it here. Thank you to our sponsorship, Miss Kim Dolan, Realtor. If you need any property around the Ventura County, California area, dial 805-341-4495 and ask for Miss Kim Dolan. She will fix you up with some fantastic property.
And right now, while we've got a chance under this caution flag, we are going to take a break here on LSRTV. You're watching the Miss Dockside 500 from Talladega Super Speedway. We'll be back right after these words. Welcome back to the Miss Dockside 500 for the Pros League Beer Money Truck Series here on LSRTV. Jacob Seelman, Tim Masters here in the booth along with Nick Lockard, our esteemed driver analyst here tonight as we get set to go back racing. Lights off on the pace car and a field of now 40 trucks getting set to return to green flag conditions. Tim, just wrapping up our first caution of the evening. We thought it actually might happen sooner, and yet as we get set to roll 40 trucks back to green flag conditions, we've seen a lot of excitement, but I think the action's only just heating up.
You know, in that incident, that was a minor rub against the next truck, but going at these race speeds on this track, a minor rub might be all it takes to get somebody squirrely and put them into the wall. Now, it wasn't an intentional thing where he just maliciously drove up the track and ran into someone. We saw a truck just get just a tad high in that inner lane. It made some contact there. Couldn't totally tell if it was a net code issue or if they actually made contact, but either way, a light touch, and it at these speeds, man, just sent one spinning. So do keep an eye out for this contact. Drivers are going to have to remember to stay in their lanes as they negotiate these turns.
Yeah, they are, and as we get set to rock and roll back under green flag conditions, the front row, Gary Bauer and George Bart set to resume battling for the race lead as the pace car makes the hard left peel to pit road. Bauer, Bart, Hendrick, Crandall, and John Corden. That's your top five as they work through the tri-oval, waiting to step on the gas, waiting for the green flag to fly. Here they come to the flag stand, and it looks like Bart maybe going to have the advantage. Green flag back in the air by half a truck length. George Bart grabs the lead, and he grabs it all the way down to turn number one. Now, the 27 of Gary Bauer going to be back on the attack. He has got help from Steve Hendren. Behind him, the 419 trying to give him a shove, and he'll clear him for the lead off turn two.
Yeah, George Bart in the 42 kind of got out just a little far there on that restart, which lost the momentum. Believe it or not, on this restart, if you stay hooked up with the guy behind you, you're going to get the momentum coming out of that corner when you enter into the backstretch. Nick, what am I going to do here if I'm out in the lead?
At this point, Tim, you just have to keep it clean, try to hold your line, be aware that you can't overheat your partner, still a long ways to go. Be prepared, listen to the mic, and try to make the move at the right time. There's certain spots on the track you need to lift and switch to try to cut down losing so much momentum on the track as 27 out front, going down the front stretch, making their way into turn one, pushed by the 419.
So Bauer, we got the report that he missed his pit stall, but not affecting him at all. He's actually going to go ahead and use track position to his advantage out in front. However, George Bart in that 42, pushed by Jeremy Crandall in the 73. They've got a run up top. They are side by side for the lead, and it looks like as they head to turn number three, it's advantage Bart in the 42.
We're going to see this all day long. We'll have a two-car tandem kind of push up towards the front, then they'll fall back, and then they'll push back up towards the front, and then they'll fall back. This is going to happen and play out a multitude of times with a multitude of different drivers. What these guys are trying to figure out is, how long does it take me to jump to the front? What should my timing be? Do I need to work at this? Do I need to start my advancement 2 laps from the finish, 3 laps from the finish, or can I hold off until the final lap to make my push for the first position?
Round turn two, they come down the backstretch. We have a lap car coming up back on the track. They're going to split them 3 wide here. Maybe not. He cuts off the track at the last moment, impacting the race leaders here. Still 2 by 2 down the backstretch as they make their way into turn number 3. Still out in front on the bottom side, the 27 as they round the corner, coming into 442 on the outside, being by the number 73.
Jeremy Crandall is giving that 42 of George Bart a heck of a push down the straightaways, Tim. The problem with that is by the time they get to turn 3, the inside lane is the place to be, and that's allowing Gary Bauer to get back to the lead. However, Bart right there credited with the lead at the stripe by about a bumper.
Yeah, this is nerve-wracking right now. I'm just watching the thing, and I'm already jittery and nervous for these guys that are on the track right now. Oh, my goodness, $500 to the race winner. Thanks again to Kim Dolan Realtor, for sponsoring this. can't say enough for this. Pros League Racing, this is where the action is on iRacing.com.
And I'll tell you right now where the action was, and it was right up in front. George Bark takes the lead. It looked like Gary Bauer and Steve Hendren got a little separated, and the reason for that being is Hendren found his teammate once again. He abandons the 27 of Bauer, hooks up with his teammate John Cornyn, and they are going to the front. Outside comes Hendren. He wants the lead. He's got it as they cross the stripe and head back towards turn 1.
Man, Jacob, I tell you what, that 27 of Gary Bauer really dropped like a stone when when they switched up. But he got hooked back up here with the 78 coming on strong on the inside as the two teammates on the outside as they make their way down the backstretch of the 420 and 419. Still looking strong on the outside. Four-car tandem on the inside, lining up 2x2 past them as they make their way into turn 3.
This field is starting to compact all over again. Just a couple laps ago, we only had about 9 trucks within a second and a half. Now we've got 14 trucks within a second and a half, and we've got 4 of them under a blanket as they work off turn 4. Steve Hendren, John Cornyn, they're up top. Down on the bottom, it's George Bark and Jeremy Crandall. You can barely slide a piece of paper between them side by side across the stripe. Hendren leads that lap by about 2/100ths of a second, but they head back to turn 1, and it's anybody's guess.
You know, the action is fierce up front, but let's keep an eye out on Mark Moffitt and Philip Carsley there in the back of the pack. They're about 11.5 seconds away from the action, but they are on the lead lap. These two are dangerous when they get together. They're staying with their original strategy to kind of let it play out and keep the pack in front of them.
Well, how many times have we seen this strategy before by multiple people, whether it's on iRacing or whether it's in NASCAR? You hang back all race, wait for the wrecks to play out and wait for everybody to kind of take each other out, and then make your move with 10 or 12 laps to go, put yourself in position, and basically try to avoid all the carnage en route to a victory over maybe what's a diminished field at that point.
Oh, no, it's a popular strategy out here on these restrictor plate races. Nick, tell us why they do this.
You know, Tim, that's a definitely great question. At this point, it's still very early. Everyone's still trying to figure out who they work best with. These truck bumpers, they don't line up precise. When they get lined up like that, it can make a driver very swirly, and based on their steering ratios and their setups, some of the drivers just don't work good with each other. So at this point, do see a lot of switching back and forth, trying to hook up and see how their trucks handle in traffic with other drivers.
I want to give a call to one of our big movers of this race, the number 3 of Rod Ronimus Sr., who was involved in that caution back at lap 12, Tim. Ronimus has fought his way back from 40th on the restart to running just inside the top 20 right now in 20th. He's only about 4.5 seconds back of the race leaders right now in that second pack.
It all depends on where you got your damage. You know, as a driver on these tracks, I know that if I've got some front end damage, then my night might be limited. But if it's somewhere else, then maybe I can tuck in the draft and stay with the pack and still hope for a good finish.
And that's what they're looking for right now, but towards the front of this field, they are 3 wide. Wade Ruckert in the number 82 tried to make a move on the top side there, about 7th place. It's going to cost him a lot of momentum as he dives back to that yellow line. And now all of a sudden you see Steve Hendren hooking back up with Gary Bauer, the 419 and the 27, or rather, check that, that's the 78 now of Brian Cross, working with the 27 of Gary Bauer. Those two trucks painted very similarly. Cross now pushing the 27 to turn 1. They're up to 3rd and 4th.
Into turn 1 they go. Single file here for the top 5 as the two teammates on the outside, 420, 419, start to get the run on the outside, making their way down the backstretch. Huge run coming here. We may see a new leader getting into turn 3 as we are 2x2 going into turn 3.
And it's not even going to be 2x2, or is it? The teammates going to try to clear Cornyn, and Hendren have the lead, or at least Cornyn's clear off of turn number 4, but that 42 of George Bark fighting back on the bottom. We say all the time at these restrictor plate tracks, Nick, that the yellow line is your best friend, and right now, George Bark making anybody that wants a shot at him to go up top. It's the long way around this racetrack.
It sure is. You got to be hooked up to really be able to get a run on the outside and have a teammate that can really push you. As you can see, they're already switching. He must have heated it up trying to get up to the top there. So definitely look to see how they run together on the high side. They're going to have more help if they want to get a clear pass on the high side.
You know, it's not all that easy to make a switch on the outside when you're having to switch partners like they just did, but Hendren and his teammate have done an excellent job to maintain position up there in the top 5 or 6 when they negotiated that switch. I mean, you go out there, you try it, log into iRacing.com, get on these super speedways and try to make a switch on the outside and stay up front. It ain't easy. You got to do it at the right time, the right timing, the right positioning in order to stay up front. Now look at there, Hendren's making his way towards the front.
And he's going to grab, does he grab the lead at the stripe? No, he does not. 7 1/1000ths of a second. George Bark led that lap by as they work through 1 and 2 again. 4 trucks under a blanket, and they start to settle out single file behind him again now. They were 3 and looking 4 wide, but you know what I'm noticing here, Tim, is part of the reason that Hendren and Corden are able to get this run on the outside again is because that 73 of Jeremy Crandall is not as tucked up tight underneath the back of that 42 of George Bark. He's been peeking to the inside, peeking to the outside just a little bit these last couple of laps.
This is a very long racetrack and a very long race. I know it says we're only 28, 29 laps in, we're getting there, but this is an endurance race for these guys. They might be sitting in their office chair at home. Who knows what kind of setup they're using there and having to endure this, but you're going to get wobbly at some point unless you maintain that mental focus. Caution flag is out. What happened, Nick?
Good question, Tim. I've been watching back here what's going on in this second pack. They've been 3 seconds back. I tell you, it's been really racy. They've been 2 and 3 wide back there. Very surprised that the racing are so hard. Let's go back and look at the replay. We'll have one here for you in just a moment, and we'll be able to analyze it at that.
You are watching the Dockside 500, where the race winner gets $500. That's right, you heard me, $500 to the race winner. Thank you to Kim Dolan Realtor, 805-341-4495 if you need a property in Ventura County, California. Also, if you are looking for a great club to join, check out www.pros-league.com. That's Pros League. Great group of racers. Click on Join Pros, fill out the form, get a chance to race with these great guys you see on track right now.
And trying to look at this right here, Tim, I believe as we've shuffled through all this footage, it's the 006 of Verlis Falcons that was the cause of our most recent caution here, and he's already taken that truck to the garage area.
That's too bad for him, man. He was a competitor during the dual races. He didn't claim a victory, but man, he was a hard charger. I hate that for him to have to end his night so early. Well, he is on the track. I'm looking at his truck right now. It doesn't look absolutely devastating. Some right front damage. It's going to depend. It's a long racetrack. Maybe there will be enough time to get some of it repaired. Who knows? Over the course of a couple of cautions, this young man from Texas might be able to stay in it and get it fixed and compete towards the end. Who knows?
Looks like we've got a couple leaders coming down pit road. The 420 and 419 decided to bring it on in, top it off. We'll let you know what they decided to do as far as strategy goes for tires. Very interesting to see more people come back down with them. No tires. Looks like actually the 420 truck had a little bit of damage on the right side. They fixed it. Fuel only on these stops here for the leader.
I'm showing the 006 has fallen 1 lap down, but that's still not too far behind to maybe get it back somehow throughout the duration of the race. Remember, we're only 30 laps in. This is a 200-lap race. There's still plenty of time left and plenty of time for a little bit of luck to fall on your side. What do you think, guys?
I think it's going to take a lot of luck to win this race. Now, Tim, we've talked about a lot of these front runners. We've seen names like Bart, Crandall, Hendrick, Corden, Cross, these guys that have been up front the entire race. Looking back through this field, though, I want you to name somebody that's not made a lot of noise yet, but we could see, looking later down into this race, make a run at the front. I know one guy I'm keeping my eye on is the one that was involved in that first caution flag at lap number 12, that 3 of Rod Ronimus Sr., who has gone from 40th to 18th since that spin and slight contact with the outside wall.
That's an interesting choice, but my pick through all of this has been the number 77 of Robert O'Neill. He didn't get the victory during the dual race, but you saw him, Nick. That man was doing great on the track. I expect great things from him right now. He's running 27th, just kind of hanging back, waiting for an opportunity. But Robert O'Neill, the 77, we might see something from him.
You know, the number 18 of Jay Anderson's really sparked my interest. I've been keeping an eye on him. He's been running back in that second pack, but he's been leading that second pack. And it looks like he's got the truck to get it done and get it up to front when the time comes. I believe he's just playing it safe, and I'll be excited to see him come here and compete for that $500 prize pool.
Now, here's one thing that I do really want to call everybody's attention to before we go back to green, because it's not something I don't think we've even thought about since these drivers took the green flag, and that's the points. George Bark up front, he's led a lot of laps, and of course with laps comes bonus points and additional padding in the championship. Bark coming in 24 points in arrears to Ryan Borges, who leads the point standings in this final race. Well, right now, he's being scored in 39th place, Tim, before we go back to green. That is not where he wants to be right now.
Ooda lolly, I am telling you, that's not where I'd want to be if I was him. But you know what? It's a long race. 32 laps in. Who knows? A lot of things can still happen here. Who knows? He might be the only truck left by the end of it.
Good news for some of the individuals that got caught up in that first wreck. Number 22, Ralph Shipman. Truck was tore up on that very first caution. He brought it down, got everything repaired. The truck looks good to go. He should be fine. Be curious to see how he rebounds from what happened earlier today.
So getting set before we go back to green, I know one thing I'm going to be keeping my eye on is that 42 truck. Bark has looked so strong so far in this event, Nick. If there's ever a power truck out front, I have to say right now, the 42 is the best truck out in front leading this field that I've seen all race long.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Jacob. But, you know, he's only as good as his teammate, which has appeared so far to be Jeremy Candell in the 73 truck. Together, both of them trucks have been hooked up. We've seen it get it done on the outside and on the inside, holding their line. The problem with this restart is they're going to be starting side by side, so they're going to have to time it perfectly, either with George Bark drifting up to catch his partner, or 73 is going to have to come down and hopefully have enough room so they can hook up.
That's always the trick, isn't it? The problem is you got to be careful about when you make that lane change. You can't make it too soon or you're going to run into problems later. So they're going to have to time it, like you said, perfectly so as to not draw the ire of not only their fellow truck competitors out there, but also not to draw the ire of the officials if they make that lane change a little bit too soon. So we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out. 32 laps right now going up on the board as lights are out on the iRacing.com pace car as we get set to double them up and go back to green flag racing. They'll line up like this: George Bark and Jeremy Crandall on the front row, Stephen Hendren and John Corden in row 2. Travis McNutt has moved solidly into the top 5 in the number 4 truck. He rides in 5th right now with Brian Cross in the 78 in 6th. Then it's Danny Rood in the 30. Dylan Rowe, who started on the outside pole, still running strong. He's in 8th place in that number 85. Then it's the 27 of Gary Bauer and the 82 of Wade Rookard completing the top 10. And Ronimus going to restart 15th in that number 3 truck. He has made a lot of strides, up 25 positions after that caution at lap number 12 that he was involved in. Nice rebound for that black number 3 machine, and he'll be looking to join this lead pack on the restart. Tim, I've got to say, this is interesting because now we've got two tandems that are split from each other. We've got the 42 of George Bark and the 73 of Jeremy Crandall on the front row. They're split. But the teammates, Hendren and Corden, they're split too in third and fourth. They're going to have to find a way to get hooked up on this restart.
Oh, I'm not worried about it too much because we were talking to the folks over in the duels earlier this week. You know, some of the drivers, we interviewed them after the races, and we're like, hey, did you plan on being this guy's partner or not? They're telling us, well, we had several deals worked out, actually, and many of us race together quite often. So some of these drivers do have agreements with one another that, hey, if I win, I'll split the money with you, and oh yeah, I'll split the money with you too. So you got multiple deals going here on the track, and these guys probably have more than one partner.
That's what's going to make it interesting. And we were talking about points earlier. Keep an eye on that 78 of Brian Cross. He's still within striking distance if something were to happen to George Bark or Ryan Borges. Pace car to pit road as the field in the hands of Bark and Crandall as they roll through the tri-oval, waiting on that green flag to fly so we can roll. Back underway, green flag in the air, and Bark gets the run. He's now being pushed by the 419 of Steve Hendren, and it looks like the partnerships are going to shift just a little bit as they're side by side for the lead down to turn one.
I bet this is a lot more tame than we're going to see later on in the race when we get to our final restarts.
There it is, right there, the switch as Bart goes up to the high side, picks up Crandall. Inside lane now is Hendren and Corden as they are 2 by 2, about 8 rows back. About 6 trucks right now in striking distance for the lead as they head towards turn number 3 at the end of the super stretch.
Into turn 3 they go, looking really strong on the bottom side here. We've seen them get it done on the outside. Now we're seeing them get it done on the inside. That's what you're going to have to do if you want to bring home the $500 purse here tonight. As they make their way out of turn 4 down the front stretch, the 42 getting a huge shove by the 73, making their way down the tri-oval to the start-finish line. Will we have a new leader for this lap? Doesn't look like he's going to get it done. 419 still out in front as they make their way into turn 1, 2 by 2.
And that's going to be another lead change. Steve Hendren takes the lead away by George Bark as we've got trouble, I believe, again. Big crash in the back of the field. We've got about 10, 12, 15 trucks now involved. Caution is out.
Boy, howdy, Lord help us, we knew this was going to happen sooner or later, and it has just happened.
Big mess. The 45 of Kerry Cleaver involved in this. The 96 Rodney Smith. Oh boy.
Guys,
we have got a huge mess in 1 and 2.
Yeah, looking at that replay, guys, it looks like the 30, he just misjudged it getting into turn number 1 there. It's unfortunate for everyone that got caught up in that, took him out early. Another foot, he would have cleared him. He came down on the 85's bumper, turned him sideways, back up in traffic. Number 7 collected, 29, 18, a lot of good trucks taken out early here. Really unfortunate circumstances here at lap 35.
I am counting 1, 2, 3, 10 trucks in this thing. Oh my word, that is some bad news for a lot of drivers on the track. Can you imagine having to drive through that field just knowing your fate, knowing you're about to get smacked and put in the wall?
We see the big one happen time and time again here. You never know when it's going to happen, and we don't know how many trucks it's going to take out when it happens, and that just goes to show you how quickly things can turn good to bad. Unfortunate for a lot of good trucks out there as they're smoking. Looks like their nights are done.
Now, I'm riding along here with Jason Beach in the replay, and I'm kind of watching this through my special camera here, and he's on the outside and minding his own business, doing a great job hanging up there when suddenly the trucks, they just come in force up the track, put him into the wall. He's got damage on the left front. Man.
Yeah, a lot of damaged trucks out there. We're going to see some pit stops coming down the line here. Hopefully, a lot of those trucks will get the repairs and get back out on the lead lap. Looks like, though, we did have a few terminal wrecks that are going to end the nights of at least 2 or 3 good drivers.
I'll tell you what, though, guys, right there, the 7 of Logan Cochran. I don't know if you guys saw that 7 truck. You could see the entire underside of that machine almost end over end as Logan Cochran taking a wild ride. One of the trucks involved in that one, I believe that total count, I think we had 13 trucks, I think, that sustained some sort of damage, Tim, in that one. So all of a sudden, that's almost a third of this field caught up in some way in this accident.
That's really sad to hear, especially for Logan Cochran. He had done such a great job in the duels, and I had expected him to be up front by the end of this thing too. But you know what? It's just these things happen. It happens, to the very best of us and to the very worst of us too. I mean, even if you're doing everything like you're supposed to, just one little slip up, one little I got too close, and suddenly the night's over for multiple people.
And we're going to wait and see here in just a moment as scoring reshuffles itself here after pit stops. Looks like George Bark yet again wins the race off pit road, and look who's up in second right now. The number 78 of Brian Cross. These two are two of the three guys that are in the hunt, Tim, for this championship. They're separated by only 10 points, which means basically that's as much separation as whichever one of them leads the most laps. If they finish ahead of the other, that's the difference.
Oh yeah, no doubt that's their strategy. Hey, I'm going to stay up front. Let's work together for a little bit and then go at each other's throats at the end. Who knows what they've got worked out internally, but I'm sure both of them kind of want to stay up front for the majority of this thing. I would. If I was in that spot, I'd rather stay up front. But you know what? That's not the only strategy. There's other strategies to use. Maybe they're just going to hang out up here for a little bit, and they'll fall back later on. Who knows? A lot of laps to go. 37 laps down in this 200-lap feature race. $500 to the winner at the Mrs. Dockside 500.
I'll tell you what, we have got right now coming to complete lap 37 of 188, so 151 laps to go right now if math serves me correctly, and of course that's not including the potential for a green-white checker if all of this works out. So we still got, as you said, Tim, a long way to go. And Nick, I was fussing about Ryan Borges being at the back of this field there on the last restart. Well, look at this. Being at the back of the field helped him miss that wreck, and now he's gone from 40th to 16th.
Sometimes strategy plays in your hands, and that's exactly what happened with Ryan there. Great job for him avoiding that wreck. Unfortunately, we only now will have, coming to the line here, it looks we'll have 31 trucks on the lead lap, so we do have quite a few that are a lap down. As of right now, we have no trucks that have completely pulled off the track.
Well, I know right here, even if I've got a little bit of damage, if I were a driver in this race and I had a little bit of damage, if I was able to stay at least, either on the lead lap or one lap down, I would stay in this thing because crazier things have happened. Who knows? There could be enough cautions to get my truck repaired. I could get a wave around. It's just too early to end my night right now. Even if I've got a little bit of damage, I'm going to try and keep up with the draft. I mean, we're showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trucks right now that are one lap down. I ain't giving up. There's $500 on the line. Let's play this thing out.
Well, see, the other thing in that, Tim, is even if you don't have a truck that can be repaired enough to win this race, every time you make up a position, you're banking additional money because every position in this field pays at the checkered flag. If you can make up even one position, you're padding that piggy bank a little bit more when you get down to the checkered flag. So there's a lot of incentive for these guys to stay out there and make as many of these 188 laps tonight as they can.
Oh, I bet so. Hey, Nick, is there any point in changing my tires during this race? I know during our shorter races in iRacing that we do at Talladega, we usually don't change our tires. Will we have to change tires tonight?
Tim, with the length of the race at 500 miles, they're going to be changing tires. If they're smart, if they feel a vibration, or if they start pushing, they will come down pit road. They do not want to risk a blowout and ending their night early or causing the next big one. So tires are very important here. Do look to see more tire changes happening.
And that's interesting that you bring that up, Nick, because really right now we've not seen anybody, I don't think, have to change tires just yet, but we get longer into these stints, 50, 60, 70 laps. It really starts to make these trucks handle a whole lot differently. The longer you go on these tires, the worse and worse and worse the handling on these trucks gets, and the more tough to drive in the draft they are, that's going to really, if you think about it, it's going to make the risk for these caution flags and these incidents a little bit greater.
Jacob, you're absolutely right. The iRacing officials here, the programmers, they did an excellent job with these tire models, rendering exactly how tires behave at high speeds after lap, watching the tire wear fall off and affect these trucks and the handling. It's going to be very exciting to see. Definitely look for the ones who have stayed out on old tires, possibly spin the tires on the restarts, and possibly even have tire failures and push up in the corners, which is going to create some exciting racing here.
You're not going to believe what I'm seeing right now. I am seeing the main performance Chevy of Mark Moffitt in 23rd position, right behind Robert O'Neill in the 22. If these two hook up, we're going to see some exciting action, maybe some jumping towards the front. Mark's moving up in the field. We said to keep an eye on him early on in the race, and look where he is, right smack dab in the middle of it.
And how about Verlis Felkins in that 006? He was a lap down earlier in this race, and you know, like you were talking about, Tim, it's not over till it's over. He's back up to 15th now, just 25 laps later. So anybody's still got a shot to win this race. If you are in it, you have a shot to win it. Pace car roll into pit road. George Bark, Brian Cross, two of the top three in the standings, going to lead this field to the green flag and get this back underway. Bark's going to have Eric Wilson in the 76 shoving him on this restart. He's going to be looking for help as he rolls towards the start-finish line. Green flag in the air. We are back underway here at Talladega, and on the jump, it's Brian Cross getting help from the 27 of Gary Bauer. They've got the advantage, and they've got the lead as they head to turn one.
Round turn one, they go into turn two. 78 clears them and cuts down on the inside, leaving the partner on the outside dry. 27 is going to file in, single file with the top 4 or 5 trucks, single file running up the middle of the backstretch here. Huge run coming up back in the field, 7th and 8th. Keep an eye on 82nd in, 02 hooking up, making their way as they come down the backstretch, rounding turn 3.
This
Hello,
is
Ryan
exciting.
Burgess.
Look at him in the back of the pack there. 3 wide as they go into the corner. Oh my gosh, can you believe what he's doing there? Sliding up into the high side, almost making contact.
I'm hearing possible problems for the 93, back a little round 5th place right there coming off turn 4, trying to get a read on it. That's Eric Wortley. We'll follow up on that in just a minute as we can, Tim, but I'll tell you what, that is a tough break right there for the 93. He was running in the top 5 right with the leaders, and all of a sudden he's gone.
You know what it is that front end damage. His nose is messed up and he lost the draft, and people were not able to keep up speed while they were pushing him. Because with him in the front, they're not going to be able to push him and keep speed with the leaders, so they just ditched him. That's what happened.
So tough break for the Wortley machine as he falls back. And, you know, I started to say it right there, Tim. The 0-2. Hello, Ryan Boers. He is back up to 7th now in this lead draft. The points leaders decided it's time to come to life.
Down the front stretch they go into the straightaway there. Looks like there's a huge lead out there. We've got 2 new trucks out leading with Brian Cross in the 78 leading it out, airing it out, pushed by the 42 of George Bark. Looking really strong on the bottom side here as they make their way into turn number 1.
We got 1 truck slow back in the pack, the William Hale truck, I believe, getting ready to go a lap down here, the number 62. So tough break for him back there. I believe he got a little bit of damage in that crash just a few laps ago, and he is quickly going to become a pinball as Brian Cross and George Bark storm towards and look to put him another lap down. Eric Wilson, though, in 3rd. That 76 machine, Tim, starting to make some dicey moves. He wants this lead, and he's not afraid to stick the nose of that truck in there a little bit further than maybe he needs to make a run.
Well, at lap 42, they're probably getting a bit antsy here. We're almost to a quarter of a way through the race. This is a long race. It's an endurance race. These guys are probably struggling mentally here to stay focused at this point. So he may not be trying to jump out in front. He may just be slipping up occasionally. Who knows? Not trying to knock the driver, just pointing to the fact that this is an endurance race. There's going to be a few moments there where the truck's going to get out, get squirrely, jump out a little bit. It takes a lot of mental focus to keep these trucks here, and we're going to find out who's got the most mental focus by the end of this thing, it's going to be the race winner.
Into turn 4, the leaders are, and there's lap traffic approaching up high. Looks like we've got a huge run that was happening by the 02 of Ryan Borge and the 29 of Jason. Looking really strong here early on, running down that field and catching the leaders, and now they're airing it out to try to cool it down as they're single file coming down to the line, making their way into turn 1.
And I'll tell you what right there, the 62 doing the smart thing, getting out of the way high, allowing the leaders to get around on the bottom of the racetrack. He'll stay well out of the way, and all of a sudden, Ryan Bors is coming to the front in that 02 machine, up to 7th with drafting help from the 29 of Jason Beach. They're trying to make a start. They look up high now, trying to make a battle for 5th on Eric Wilson. Though it's single file as they work through turn 3. Ryan Cross and George Park lead this field.
Yeah, you see the 02, Ryan Borge, just hanging back just a little bit, not quite on the bumper of the 29. By doing that, he's staying in the draft, and he's preserving his engine. It's able to stay cool. You'll see him jump out just a little bit every now and again, just like they did there. Jumping out to catch a little bit of that fresh air and to cool down the truck. Folks, these trucks behave just like the real trucks do in the NASCAR Series events. There's a simulation designed for the trucks to do this, to behave accurately like they would in real life.
Guys, I tell you what, I'm looking back here in some of these second pack racing going on. A lot of you folks that have been watching early on, you're probably wondering what happened to Steve Herndon and John Cordon, the 419 and 420 trucks. They were up real strong, leading multiple laps. They're back in 18th and 19th. They have hooked back up, and they're making their charge back to that lead pack. Keep an eye on them as they're making their way into turn 3.
And I'll tell you right now what we've got coming off turn 4, and that's a battle for second. Up high, Bors and Beach have come to light. They are door to door. As they work through the triangle, they are looking outside of the 42 of George Park, and now they're looking for the lead. Now Beach and Bors have come to the front. They're battling for the lead, door to door, wheel to wheel into turns 1 and 2.
I tell you what, Crossbark, Beach, and Bors, they are all at it tonight. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Such exciting racing, only on lap 46. Got a lot left to go here, but these guys are filling it out and dominating the front part of this field. They don't want to run in the back of the pack anymore. It's time to run out front and stay out front as the 02 of Brian Bors pushes the 29 up there even with our 78, the Brian Cross, trying to maintain speed on the outside.
Out of turn 4 they come, rolling down the front stretch. It looks like the 02 still's got the really good push, and caution flags out. We've got a wreck.
Ooda lolly, it's a big one, folks. Oh my word, I can't believe it. Oh no, I'm receiving word Mark Moffitt is involved with this one. I can't wait to get back to the replay and find out what happened. Such an unfortunate occasion for him. Let's see if it's bad enough that he's going to lose his truck for the rest of the night. Oh, yep. Oh, this is bad. Mark's truck does not look great at all. Lots of damage, nose, tail. It's going to take a while to get this one fixed, folks. Oh my word, the 22 is also involved. That's the 22 of Ralph Shipman involved in this accident, trying to figure out what exactly happened there, but his truck is tore up as well. Spotters are telling me the 22 drifted up out of the lane and kind of bumped into the 83 a little bit. The 83, I mean, that's the truck of, Michael, the Nosadal. Oh my goodness. And he was a lap down. Oh my goodness. Slipped up into him. This is just not good. Not going their way tonight. Poor. Oh, we just heard from Spotters that 3 was involved in this one as well. That's Rod Rahanimus Sr. He was up front earlier in the day. Unfortunate for him and his team. No doubt a lot of work went into preparation for this race.
A lot of trucks making their way down pit road here with that. More trucks taken out. Unfortunate product of restrictor plate racing and really close encounters here.
First off pit road, looks like Jason Beach came off really good when he was battling with his competitor on pit road, reaching that line first with his set of cars. Folks, this is the Mrs. Dockside 500. $500 to the race winner. Thank you again. Thank you so much to Kim Dolan, Realtor, 805-341-4495. Call her for a great piece of real estate property in Ventura County, California. What do we got?
What we've got right now is a chance to take a break under caution here in the Dockside 500 at Talladega Super Speedway. You are watching Live Sim Racing TV. The Beer Money Truck Series continues right after this. We'll be back after these words.
Trucking has always been a part of me. It started years ago when my dad and granddad were hauling vegetables to market in Liverpool. The family immigrated to Canada in the late 60s and settled near Alliston, Ontario. I bought my first truck in 1982 and Mercer Trucking was born. Today, Mercer Trucking has over 50 trucks and terminals in Toronto and Los Angeles. Our storage facilities at both terminals can handle any size of distribution needs throughout North America. We service the continental U.S., including Hawaii and Alaska. We run over 120,000 miles per month and some of the best equipment on the road today. We specialize in less than truckload shipments, show freight, we do rush team service deliveries, and haul your refrigerated or heated product. Our regular team service from Canada to California is second to none, and our staff and drivers are among the best in the business. I'm proud of our people and what they can achieve. Trucking is in my blood, it's my livelihood, and it's what I do best.
Race car has a soul, and the Audi 90 Quattro had a very special soul. When we came to the States with this car, nobody could believe what we can achieve with this car. Small engine, 5-cylinder, it's a German saloon car. We knew that we can only win the race by using all the car has.
The green flag is out, and here we go.
The 5-cylinder engine was it was a jewel. It was lighter and it was more compact. You put your foot on the throttle and you could use the power instantly. Bam!
Race fans, you are watching LSRTV. You're running with Pros League Racers right now, and this is the Mrs. Dockside $500 to the race winner, but that's not all. The other racers get money too. First place gets $500. $85 goes to the second place finisher tonight. Third place brings in $65. Fourth place, $40. Fifth, $25. Sixth gets $20. Seventh gets $20, and so does eighth and ninth. 10th place comes home with $15. So, with a span of $15 to $500 just in the top 10, we're going to see a lot of duking it out as we finish off this race tonight with 50 laps completed. That's 1/4 of this race. Nick, what is going through my mind as a driver in the field? If I've got a good operating, great working truck, is not damaged yet, what am I thinking about?
Tim, still a long ways to go. As a driver, you've got to calm your nerves. You got to realize that you cannot overdrive your truck. It's still way too early. You can't start counting that money yet. Again, a $500 prize pool is a lot of motivation to get a driver to make risks, and you got to limit the risk early on. We'll see the bigger risk, the bigger moves come as this race winds down, as we've got the pace lap winding down here. Lights off on the pace car, 1 to go before we start this back up.
4 cautions in this one so far, with 27 cars still on the lead lap. 27 cars on the lead lap as we get ready to go back to green flag action. And of those that are a lap down, we've still got several that are in contention. If they could just get a lap or two back, it's not over for these guys yet. Even if they've got some damage, there might be enough time to get it fixed. Remember, race restarts are some of the most dangerous times in the race. Most likely to have an accident because everyone's roaring to go. Nick, what's your prediction for turn 1?
I'll tell you this much, Tim. Looking back here, we noticed the 419 and 420 trucks of John Cordon and Steve Hendren. They've hooked back up. They've managed to rebound from that second late pack way back in 20th position. They now find themselves side by side, starting 5th and 6th on the 3rd row back here. It's going to be very interesting seeing how they hook up. Everyone around them is going to try to find their teammates they've been working with this whole race. You're going to have to try to guard the bottom. There's going to be a lot of mirror driving, getting into 1, making sure everyone's clear before they cut down or come up. It'll be very interesting to see how this unfolds getting into 1 on this restart. Tim.
That's right, getting ready for the pace car to come off the field. Notice Mark Moffitt got the front end repaired, but he's got a lot of work to do on the back. We'll find out just how much engine he's got left, if he's able to keep up with it in the draft. If he is, that'd be great, because he's still got some more work that needs to be done in that truck as they come out of turn 4 and prepare to take the green flag here at the Mrs. Dockside 500. That's right, $500 to the race winner. Pace car is going to, let's see if he comes in this time. Yes, he does. He makes a late entry into pit road. And leading us to the green flag is the 82 of Wade Bookard and the number 4 of Travis McNutt. Let's see who they partner with as we get back to this green flag action here at the Mrs. Dockside 500. You're racing with ProsLeague.com and watching LSRTV, where it nose to tail as they start the start-finish line. Going into turn 1, Nick, what can I see from the outside line?
Tim, they were bouncing it up, banging each other, trying to get it going. Looks like the outside line spun the tires on the restart, but they're getting it done now. Hooked back up on the outside. Huge move as they make their way into turn 2 on coming to the backstretch. Highside's got the run with the, looks like the number 420 pushing out front there with the number 4. Number 4 leaves him, cuts it on the inside. 18 hooks up to the 420, making their way down the backstretch. Number 82 getting a shove from the 96. Hooking back up to the number 4 on the inside, driving it into turn 3, round the corner into 4.
I tell you, that 82 getting the shove from the 96, the same thing happened to the 76 of Eric Wilson as they negotiated the first couple of turns there. He got hooked on the outside and had to stay there until he found a spot to squeeze back in the line. He fell back many positions there. That's Eric Wilson in the 76 falling back to 14th as they went through those turns.
Tim, that's a product of old tires and spinning on the restarts. Very dangerous indeed. It could very well have caused a huge wreck, but I'm glad to see everyone was able to check up in time and get it under control as they make their way around 2. Coming down the backstretch now, 420 still on the outside with the 18 right behind his bumper, giving him a shove. Looks to have the run on the outside, approaching 82 on the outside, 2 by 2 as they make their way into turn number 3.
Now, Nick, as a wheel guy myself, I'm not very technical when it comes to setting up these trucks, but as a driver, I use the side draft, and we haven't talked about that very much here. If I'm on the outside and I'm trying to gain positions, even if I've got a good pusher, I'm going to get as close as I can to that inside line to pick up the side draft. It's going to give me a little bit more speed. Do you know why that happens, Nick?
Tim, it's the side draft really helps pick up that speed. It helps cut the air of the truck in front of you. The problem with that is these trucks, again, these bumpers don't line up. They get very swirly and dirty air, and you risk dooring and causing the big one. So, yes, it will help gain more speed running on the side of the truck, but at the same time, it's risk versus reward. Still very early as they make their way down the backstretch here. On the outside, we've got the 420 still looking very strong, being pushed by the 18. 82 still pushing the number 4 Travis McNutt out front, still leading it, looking very strong on the inside, rounding the turn number 3.
54 laps into this 200 lap race, 500 miles. Stephen Hendren in the 7 is hanging in there. He's in the 419 in 7th position, hanging in there, just hanging back, waiting for an opportunity. Maybe not, though. Kind of content right now, because usually when he wants to be up front, he gets up front. But right now, if I were him, I don't know if I would enjoy being in that position, because you're not quite up front, you're not quite in the back, kind of stuck there, relying on trusting the high side to not come down into you.
Round turn 2 they come. They're 2 by 2, clear on back, 5 rows deep to the top 10, all within 0.3 of a second striking distance of the leader. Outside's got the huge run. 4 trucks hooked up on the outside. Huge run, making their way down into turn 3. 420 looking strong on the outside. May have a new race leader.
Yeah, you know, Nick, I'm watching this, and I'm seeing folks really trying to play it safe. We do see some jockeying for positions, folks switching it back and forth, but they do know there's a long way to go with this race. They've already seen some carnage happen. 4 caution flags have happened so far. So, you know, I'm betting before this thing gets over with, probably before too long, we're going to start to see green flag pit stops. You know, that's going to start happening because they'll run out of fuel before long. I mean, about how many laps does it take for these trucks to run out of fuel here at Talladega, Nick?
Tim, that is a great question. With my experience here with these trucks, it really just depends on how you're running it. If you're wide open out front, you're going to be burning a lot of that fuel off. In this case, most of these trucks have been lifting, trying to keep it in the draft. Fuel mileage is going to probably be around 40 laps or so, maybe a little sooner, short pit, depending on how tires look and how trucks are handling.
Hey, I'd agree with that, Nick. And sometimes if you're following along, you know, if you're the pusher and your partner is also behind another car, you can kind of stay off the throttle a bit and stay at race speed. And some of our guys might be doing this, you know, feathering that throttle, just kind of gauging it, and not all the way down pedal to the metal, so to speak. Trying to conserve some fuel, maybe to gain an extra lap or 2 at the end of this fuel run. Making a charge on the outside, trying to come up there. You notice they're hugging that inside line to pick up the side draft. Steve Hendren, we've seen him around before, haven't we, Nick?
We sure have. The 2 partners have hooked back up in the Hulk matching trucks. 419, 420 getting it done again on the outside, making their way into turn 3, looking very strong competing here. We've got number 4 Travis McNutt still looking strong on the inside as well. We need more help on the outside if they want to get it done. At this point, still a long way to go in the race. Rounding turn 4, down the front stretch they come. Still 2 by 2, making their way through the tri-oval.
I like how Stephen Hendren and John Gordon are working together. John Gordon is a great pusher. You'll notice if you watch him closely, you'll notice he's not wiggling around a lot on the bumper of Stephen Hendren, and that gives Stephen more control. And those guys stay close together and close to that inside line. Looking closer, I'm seeing damage on the right rear of the 420. That's John Gordon. He got involved in one of these incidences earlier, but the reason they're doing so good is because he's locked up right on the bumper of Stephen Hendren, and he's doing the push-in. Airflow is not restricted this way. He pulls out high just to gain a little bit of cooling for his engine. Let's see if Stephen pops up to the high side to pick him up.
Round turn 4 they come. We've got a brand new leader as of right now. 85's hooking back up with the 420 truck, which now has the run on the outside. 419, Travis Hendren's going to be out front here leading this lap. It looks very strong indeed. Partners are airing it out right now. We've seen this from time to time again. Very dangerous though. If most of you noticed a few laps ago, there was a very close call there. Both leaders attempting to clear the pack, but unfortunately timed it just off, and they went ahead and got split up a little bit. But with that being said, off of turn 2 they come, down the backstretch, and the new leader, 420 of John Cordon's out in front, getting it done here, hooking back up with his teammate 419.
Yeah, that was a great shove by the 85 of Dylan Rowe to get John Corden back up with his racing partner and out front there. Yeah, I think these guys have a great deal of respect for one another. Just look at him out there. He needed to cool off his engine a little bit, so he jumped up high, and instead of dumping him, the 85 picks him up, goes ahead and pushes him forward so he can get a switcheroo with his racing partner. That's sportsmanship, Nick. There's $500 on the line. They don't have to be so nice to each other, but they are. And that's the kind of racing you'll see at prosleague.com. Go to pros-league.com, click join, fill out the registration form, find out how you can become a part of this awesome group of racers.
Down the backstretch they come, the top 4 trucks side by side, 2x2 there. Actually looks like we have one cutting back in. The 85 starting to overheat a little bit, dropping back there. Huge run on the inside now as the 420 and 419 are hooked back up around turn 3. They come into turn 4, looking very strong now on the inside. They're going to get it done here for the next lap, coming to 61. On the outside on the move, coming down the front stretch, 99 hooked up with the 16 truck, looking very strong as they come down the front stretch into the tri-oval.
Oh, unfortunately, Nick, they're going to come on some lap traffic here in just a few seconds. Mark Moffitt, the 66, involved in one of those earlier wrecks. It's so unfortunate for him. Had a great race truck. He's going to come up to the leaders here before long and begin to put a lap down.
Round the corner they come, down the backstretch. Huge run by the 76. What a push. Unbelievable on the outside, really showing strong. They're going to clear the 2 teammates, 419, 420, being passed on the outside. Nice move by the 99 and the 76. Round corner, turn forward, they come down the front stretch. Inside line does have the run now. We'll see how it comes. Looks like we're going to have a new leader if it stays out as they wrapped around the tri-oval.
And we do have a new leader at the stripe, Eric Wilson in the number 76. Tony Hart, the winner of the LSR contest, I believe, earlier. And we're going to go on board with his driver right now, Scott Brinson, in the number 10, currently riding 9th as they work through turns 1 and 2.
Down the backstretch they go. Number 76 looking very strong from the outside with the 99 pushing. Lap traffic may be a factor coming next time by. Rolling into corner number 3.
We're looking at this onboard shot, Tim. If I'm Scott Brinson, I'm a little nervous right now. He is in the middle of an absolute hornet's nest. We've got about 12 cars within a second of each other battling for this lead. It is absolute insanity. We've got lap traffic. They're already 3 wide. I don't know if they can squeeze any tighter to go 4 wide right now. Something's got to give.
You can expect Mark Moffitt to stay high and give these cars plenty of room, but the problem is they all want every single square inch of this racetrack as they squeeze together and go through the turn. Oh, one car gets trapped behind Mark, but he squeezes back down to catch in line. We do have a bump. They're getting squirrely, but it looks like they saved it. Oh, what a great job. It is so difficult to save these things.
Down the backstretch they are. George Bark was the loser in that one, losing a ton of positions all by himself, looking for some help, partnering up with 73 here. He lost a lot of positions, lost a head of steam as they make their way into turn 3.
Oh, you don't think somebody hit the button and told these guys to go, do you? I don't know who said it's the last lap. We're barely a third of the way through this race. Coming to complete lap 63 right now, it would be the 1/3 mark of this event. Still about 15 cars within a second and a quarter of each other as they cross the stripe. New leader, the 06 of Daniel Miller, goes to the top spot with the points leader, Ryan Borges, pushing him.
Oh, we've got something going on here, guys. Eric Rodeman and Eric Wortley have just given notice the received throughput fell to unacceptable level. They have been booted out right now. They are not in this race right now. Some kind of technical difficulties. They are out.
Guys, I just noticed my driver I picked earlier on in that second pack, Jay Anderson in the 18, making the moves up to 7th, looking really strong on the inside here.
We've got 2 more that just fell out, Wade Rookert and John Corden.
Corden in the 420 going out of this. He was one of the strongest cars in this field, or trucks rather, in this field. And now his teammate, Steve Hendren, Tim, he is a lonely man right there in 7th place in the middle of a mess.
Oh, I'll bet. Now, viewers, when you're seeing this, it's most likely that these guys may live in the same geographical location. There could be a storm out there that's knocking their internet connection out. We see Wade has joined again. John is back in, and so is Eric.
Jason Beach now drops through for just a moment. He's going to be trying to get back in this. Trouble for the Beach machine, the 29. He was up in front of this race just 20 or so laps ago, and now trouble for him as well, as all of a sudden we've only got 22 trucks on the lead lap and 3 wide, about 5th place. And now we've seen a switch in that tandem up top. Ryan Borge to the front of this field as they cross the start-finish line.
The 14 of Stephen Hendren is outside on the high side. He just pulled out there and fell back quite a bit. I don't know if it was his choice or if he got stuck out there, but the 62 tried to pick him up and almost lost it there, Nick.
Guys, I'll tell you what, keep your eye on LG Wales and the 99 truck, that light blue truck in light blue rims. He is a heck of a pusher. He is getting it done. Everyone he's been pushing has been out front leading. Great move to the inside as he's running second, pushing out to the lead here. The 76 looking really strong on the inside. Back behind them, 2x2, round in turn 4 as they come down the front stretch.
LG Whaley, what a shove he gives to the 76 of Eric Wilson. They're going back to the front, and now Whaley looking to the inside, trying to get a fender underneath, but Wilson slams the door as they work through the tri-oval. Problem is, that's going to draw Ryan Borge back to the outside, back to the lead as they cross the stripe. Didn't think he was going to have it, but he grabs it by 3/100ths again. We have got 15 trucks within 1 second of each other as they work through turns 1 and 2, and Borge to the top of the board. He wants to win this championship in style.
George Spark making a huge move on the outside, hooked up with the 73, 3 wide, making the run for 3rd place. Keep an eye on them as they clear the traffic and cut back down. Unbelievable move to get back into position. Just a few laps ago on that restart, George fell back to 8th spot, and he's driving it back up. Unbelievable.
And all that has allowed the 02 and the 06 of Borge and Miller to get away by about 10 truck lengths from Eric Wilson and the rest of this pack, Tim. From 3rd on back, they have got a huge separation to turn 1.
Guys, Stephen Hendren in the 419. Did you see him? He fell back to like 13th or 14th. Look where he is right now, right up front. He just took a collection of cars to get there. He had one partner, took another one, and now he's up here charging towards the front, pushing that red 27. Oh my goodness.
3 wide for the lead into turn number 3. The 27, Gary Bauer getting a run all the way up the middle, 4 wide behind him now as the 06 goes nearly for a ride. Daniel Miller gets squirrely. He saves it. This field getting shuffled up everywhere off turn 4. The beneficiary going to be Gary Bauer. He goes right to the top of the leaderboard, and it looks like Ryan Borge had a problem, had to bail out from behind the 06 of Daniel Miller. That seems to be what cost them all their track position, and now this field all shaken up. Steve Hendren, the pusher behind that 27, they're out in front.
This reminds me of the old tandem racing we used to see in NASCAR. Steve Hendren just jumped in there and pushed him straight towards the front. All that race momentum now. You can expect to see the pack to catch up to them. Not only do that, but they'll pass them. That's a great run. That's a good test for these guys to find out how do I get to the front, what's acceptable, what's not. But they're so far out there, this pack's just going to catch them and run them by.
Very impressive, rounding turn 4. 73 being pushed by the 42 of George Bark. Huge run on the outside. They're going to challenge for the lead as they make their way into the tri-oval. Huge run, looking good, 2x2. Going to be at the nose at the line. We may have a new leader of 73.
No, I believe the 73 is Jeremy Crandall a lap down right now. That actually is an interesting ploy right there, because Crandall and Bark, that tandem has been working together all night long so far as we approach halfway. But Crandall being pushed rather by the 42 of George Bark. He is not on the lead lap. He actually is scored right now 23rd. He would have just gotten his lap back He is fighting to stay on the lead lap right now with George Bark trying to shove him there. The 27 Gary Bauer, though. Oh, we got trouble coming off turn 4. A lot of smoke. Leader right in front of the leaders, Tim. I'm not sure what happened, but we have got trouble.
Well, it looks like the green flag is still out, so these guys are still going at it as fast as they can. And you know what? If I am Jeremy Crandall, I'm staying out front, buddy. Whatever it takes right now, I want to be up front so I can get my lap back should the caution come out any second now.
Oh, and actually, he's in the best position no matter what. He could get the free pass if the caution comes out, or he can just earn it back the hard way by racing right around race leader Gary Bauer, which is what he's trying to do right now. George Bark credited with the lead last time around, and holy cow, we saw smoke right ahead of the leaders, Nick, and we thought we were going to have a major mess. And there's the mess. There's the mess right there.
Huge break. Huge break by the 73 Jeremy Candell. He's going to get that lap. He's going to stay on the lead lap now. He's going to get the wave around the pace car, and he's going to still be able to compete on the lead lap.
You got us. Exciting racing action here at the Mrs. Dockside 500. $500 to the race winner in this one, 72 laps in of 200. Fifth caution of the night. This is exciting. Look who just got their lap back. That's right, Jeremy Crandall in the 73 toughed it out. Got it back the old-fashioned way. What are we going to see on pit road this time, Nick?
Everyone's going to have to take tires. They've gone 72 laps. If you've gone this long with only fuel only, now is the time to get 4 fresh shoes and get back out there.
Word has it we had a competition caution thrown here. There was no accident, just a competition caution to get everybody caught back up because of the throughput that fell through for some of our drivers here, an abnormal amount of them. They're going to try and get that sorted out. And folks, line back up so we can get back to green flag action here at the Mrs. Dockside 500. Jacob?
And that's a good move by the Pros League right here, because you want to have your guys be able to go out and compete for this win without any problems. And this seems to be a freak problem that's out of a lot of people's hands right now. So a good call by the league. And right now it looks like all the leaders coming down on pit road. George Bark leading the train. So Bark leading the train down pit road, and this is where it gets really interesting, Nick, because now you've got to get tires. And actually, I'm starting to see some of these leaders. The 419 of Steve Hendren did not get tires on that pit stop. Fuel only for the 419, so maybe these guys think they can go just a little bit longer on these shoes.
Yeah, Jacob, they could very well have had tires last time around on our other cautions. That could very well have been what happened. We noticed Gary Bauer in the 27 took 2 right sides during that stop.
Race fans, we have got Jeremy Crandall with us, the driver of the number 73 truck. Jeremy, congratulations on getting your lap back.
Yeah, it's not easy out here at Foreshore. I had to earn that one.
Dude, we were pulling for you the entire time. We know you were fighting nose to tail, and then we saw that smoke kick up in front of y'all, and we're thinking, oh man, he just got a few seconds before the big one happens. What was going through your mind at that point?
I don't think I can say that on air.
I know the feeling.
there you go. Jacob Seelman here up in the booth as well, Jeremy. You have worked very, very strong so far tonight with that 42 truck of George Bark. Is the strategy for you now that you've got the lap back to try and use that partnership to get yourself back into a position to win this race?
Yeah, George is definitely my target. We work real well together. He's my sponsor. But we've done a lot of racing with everybody else, so we're not dependent on each other. But hopefully we're there at the end.
Well, Jeremy, good luck in the rest of this race. We wish you the very best. Hopefully you'll walk out of here with 500 big ones. Good luck tonight, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Continuing to circulate under caution here at the Miss Dockside 500. 73 laps in the books. And it just continues to get exciting here. Jacob Seelman alongside Tim Masters and Nick Lockhart. And I'll tell you what, guys, before we get ready to roll back to the restart here, the biggest thing that's going through my mind right now, we're not even halfway yet.
Yeah, not even halfway. And that's when our home setup comes into play. Keep in mind, these are sim racers, right? They're at their home, their residence, place where they live. They're sitting in either an office chair or a recliner or a racing cockpit, sim racing cockpit, whatever they have. But comfort is going to be key. We're going to find out who is most comfortable physically, and then also who has got the mental acumen necessary to finish this race and to keep that truck clean. Nick, how important is it to keep our truck from all these bumps and bruises out there?
Tim, it's definitely a challenge, especially when you're in the draft and you're side-by-side pinched down sometimes, even in the middle of 3-wide racing. It's very important to try to hold your line. There's a lot of mirror driving going on, but at the same time, you can't lose focus what's going on in front of you. Things happen here so quickly, and you just have to be prepared, and hopefully you make the right call. Sometimes that means driving it up the middle or slamming on the brakes, and everything you do has a reaction. Everyone behind you has to be able to react to what you do. So in order to be in it, to win it for this $500 when it comes down to it, you've got to keep all the fenders on it. You've got to keep it cool to have a chance at winning this prize money.
And that prize money is going to be the story here about 114 laps from now. Tim, before we go back green, we've documented there's still a lot of laps left to go. What's the strategy here as we get close to and then beyond halfway? Because these guys have been racing pretty much like it's the last lap.
Jacob, I've done a couple of these 200 lappers here, and it is nerve-wracking. I'm telling you, at this point, my strategy is survive and stay on the lead lap. Just stay on the lead lap and survive. Don't even worry about anything else other than that. I might start playing with strategies around lap 100 or so. But right now, take it easy, protect my truck, stay on the lead lap.
And before we go back to green, we're going to step aside. Here on Live Sim Racing TV, you are watching the Pros League Beer Money Truck Series Miss Dockside 500 from Talladega Super Speedway. This is LSRTV. We'll be back right after this.
A race car has a soul, and the Audi 90 Quattro had a very special soul. When we came to the States with this car, nobody could believe what we can achieve with this car. Small engine, 5-cylinder. It's a German saloon car. We knew that we can only win the race by using all the car has.
The green flag is out. And here we go.
The 5-cylinder engine was it was a jewel. It was lighter and it was more compact. You put your foot on the throttle and you could use the power instantly.
Welcome back to Live Sim Racing TV and tonight's coverage of the Pros League Beer Money Truck Series Miss Dockside 500 from Talladega Super Speedway. I'm Jacob Seelman alongside Tim Masters and Nick Lockhart as we are getting set to go back to green flag racing. The pace car getting ready to turn the lights off and 1-to-go signal getting ready to be given from the flag stand as
Green flags in the air as the 42 makes his way of George Bark drafting up front with the 27 making their way into turn number 1. 76 on the inside looking strong with the 27 pushing strong on the 42 of Bark as they round turn 2, looking 2x2 on the way back. Huge momentum on the outside. Everyone's looking for their partner.
We have not mentioned it much, but the 06 of Daniel Miller on the outside right now, getting a good push from the 02 of Ryan Borges, staying up front most of the time this race. Expecting great things here from Daniel on the 06 as they charge forward on the outside lane.
Keep an eye on the 73 of Jeremy Crandall as they work through turns 3 and 4. He was at the back of the lead lap when we took the green flag for this restart. He's up to 15th right now, trying to search out that 42 of George Bark. The problem is he's going to have to catch him. Bark leading this field, and I guarantee you he is not going to want to give it up, being pushed by the 27 of Gary Bauer. Meanwhile, that outside tandem, a tandem that we saw nearly get this field into trouble before the last caution flag, Daniel Miller and Ryan Borges, third and fourth and under attack right now on the bottom. Eric Wilson and Dale Smalley trying to make a move up the inside, battle for third as they work down the super stretch.
You know, I hope these guys start playing it easy a little bit. I understand hooking up and pushing towards the front. Who doesn't want to do that? But we've got a lot of racing left. Only on lap 78 of 200 total laps here for the Mrs. Dockside 500. $500 on the line for the race winner.
Round turn 4 they come. Someone that looks like they're playing some strategy, hanging back. The 85 of Dylan Rowe. We've seen him up front strong. He's hanging back now. Probably a good strategy, still a long way to go. We're 2x2 making their way for the top 10 as they make their way down the front stretch, still looking very strong. Out front here, still leading the 42 of George Bark, looking very strong with some help from Gary Bauer and the 27. Rounding turn 2, here they come.
And this field is tightening up in a big way. Jeremy Crandall has now worked his way up a couple more spots, battling for 13th. He is still trying to get to this battle for the lead. George Bark down the Alabama gang super stretch as they work towards turn number 3. He is getting that shove from Gary Bauer. Bauer takes a peek to the outside, falls back into line. Is that going to allow Daniel Miller in third to make a run off turn 4? Not this time. Miller stuck in a battle with Eric Wilson for third. They're 2x2 behind the front tandem.
Now, Nick, I'm noticing Bauer getting right there up on the nose to the leader, and he's pushing and pushing and pushing, and then he'll back off for just a second. What's going on there?
Tim, that is a great strategy that the inside line's doing. He doesn't want to heat it up too much, but he's also at the same time wants to keep George out front. So every time the outside line gets a run, again, some really good mirror driving on behalf of Gary Bauer. As the outside line gets the run, he will start pushing. Once they're out in front, he will stop pushing and air that thing out. Looks good as they come down the backstretch, making their way into turn number 3.
It's orchestrated insanity. That's what it is. That's the best way I can describe it, because it's insane what they're trying to do. But believe it or not, it actually works, as Brian Borges almost cuts across the bumper of the 06 of Daniel Miller as they try to make the switch. They're falling way outside the top 10 right now, as they lost a ton of time trying to put Borges back out in front. They went from 3rd now to about 12th as they cross the start-finish line. It's still Bark and Bauer as they go back to turns 1 and 2, but now it's Eric Wilson and Dale Smalley, 3rd and 4th behind them.
And that's Scott Brinson in the 10 that got hung out to dry, if you were wondering, there in the middle. Just kind of hanging on up there in the top group, not without really having a partner there when everyone split up there. And he fell back a few positions, but luckily he just got picked up by the 28 truck, and they are now charging up the middle line. This 28 is Christopher Lorenz.
Into turn 3 they go, looking really racy back in the pack there, 3 wide as we see everyone trying to figure out where their partner is and who they work best with. Dylan Rowe in the 85 running 16th just a lap ago, starting to make his move back up, trying to follow the 99 through all of this traffic. Up front, as we see the outside line, looking very strong to compete against George Bark. Number 33 of the Travis Brown getting help from the 73 as they round through turn number 2.
Getting ready to work off turn 2 and down the Alabama Gang super stretch. George Bark, Travis Brown, now moving up to the battling for that number 2 position. Gary Bauer having none of it. And you know what? I told you to keep an eye on him. Jeremy Crandall up to 4th in that number 73. He's pushing the 33 of Travis Brown into turn number 3 right now. They are door-to-door for 3rd, but they want a little bit more as that inside lane is starting to snake just a little bit. Everybody looking out of line just a little bit. The 27 of Gary Bauer takes a peek to the inside, but Bark slams the door, and that's going to open the door up the outside. Travis Brown to the lead as they cross the stripe.
Boy, getting close to 100 laps to go in this 188 lap feature. We are seeing some action early on in this race. I didn't expect it to get this dicey so early.
And it is really dicey right now. That battle for the lead changing hands rapidly. Let's take a look at the top 20 while we've got just a second. Those front 4 battling for the lead. Travis Brown, your leader. George Bark, 2nd. Jeremy Crandall, 3rd. Gary Bauer, 4th. As now Bark takes a look for the lead in turn 3. Scott Brinson's worked his way up inside the top 5. Chris Lorenz in 6th. Eric Wilson, 7th. Dale Smalley, 8th. Ben Burnett, 9th. And Earl Lateral has worked his way from the back of the field up to the top 10, all of them running within half a second of each other. But as much as we try to keep you abreast of where they are, they're changing just about that quickly. Side by side for the lead at the line. Give the lead back to George Bark as they work to turn number 1. They're 3 wide per second behind him as it looks like maybe that 73-33 tandem of Crandall and Brown trying to make the switch. They do. Put Crandall to the front of that tandem and he'll slot in about 8th place.
Huge run down the backstretch they go. Trucks are 3 wide, scattered all over the place. Unbelievable switch they did there in the middle and still didn't really lose that much time as they're hooked back up and heading back to the front. As you can see, we've got a brand new leader out front here, helped by the 33 truck.
Now that's interesting. Jeremy Crandall just lost his drafting partner, but you know why? I believe that's because no, it's not because he lost the 33. Actually, the 33 still right there with him. I believe that's the 28 that has just become the pusher to the lead. The 10 of Scott Brinson to the top of the board. Scott Brinson goes around and collapsed. Big crash right in front of this field. Brinson was the leader, and we have got huge trouble. Caution is out once again here at lap 85, and that right there was exactly what we did not want to see. And unfortunately, when you have a caution, Tim, and the leader goes around, there's literally nowhere to go.
Jacob, you're so true with that. As they entered the corner, it looks like the 10 got a little loose, went high, and the 23 tried to adjust but caught the corner, and that spun him straight around. No damage. Oh, yeah, the 23 hit the wall. Looks like the 10's involved, the 28's involved. Oh, this is just not good for our race leaders.
Yeah, caught up to 99 as well. A lot of good trucks caught up in that. Product of racing there. You're bumper to bumper. You're trying to push. You're trying to get it done. A lot of mirror driving, and it looks like the bumpers just barely connected there, getting it into one and turned them around sideways, and the rest is history. Unfortunate for a lot of good trucks.
We're going to go on board with a 10 of Scott Brinson here in just a second, because not only was he the leader when this happened, but he had a wild ride. Once he got turned sideways, almost went up and over, did the 10 of Scott Brinson, and what a tough break. That truck has a ton of damage, and he went for a very wild ride right in front of this field.
Now, I do want to point out that it's not necessarily the 10's fault. It's not really his pusher's fault either. It's just so important to stay connected when you're negotiating those turns, entering into the corner. These guys have not been up front the entire day, so this was a new spot for them. They were doing well, but one little slip up, one miscommunication with the steering wheel, and suddenly you've got carnage on the track.
And Nick, you were talking earlier about how these trucks, the front bumper to the rear bumper, they don't line up perfectly, and that may have been part of the cause right here of what turned the 10 of Scott Brinson around.
Jacob, I think you're onto something there. Looking back at that replay, the bumpers just caught in the wrong way and turned him. And he hit him a second right before that, and he got very loose, very sideways. Did a great job at saving it, but the second shot spun him around. So just another product of how these truck bumpers don't line up just right like the Cup cars do. And quick issues like this can unfold instantly. And a lot of drivers did a great job of avoiding it, but unfortunately some of them had nowhere to go.
We've got Mr. Bark smoking a truck right there in the 42.
Yeah, we do. He pulls it down to pit road, a ton of smoke out the rear of that machine, and unfortunately the most dominant truck of the night looks as though his night may be done. He's at least going to be in for a good bit of repairs right here, Tim, and really, really unfortunate, because that truck was a dominant machine.
You're right there, but I'm hearing from race control that they're allowed to use a quick repair. They probably only have one quick repair, if I remember right, to use during a race, but it looks like they'll be able to get back going. For you iRacer folks, you know that once your truck starts smoking, that's pretty much it. You know, there's not much hope for you to win this race if your truck starts smoking. But with a quick repair, it's almost like you get a mini reset button. You won't get your spot back, but you get your truck back. So I'm sure that's going to be a blessing for him to get him back into the action here.
It definitely will be. Nick, we're coming up on halfway, coming up on 100 laps to go next time across the stripe. How does the strategy change now after we've seen a devastating accident like this at the front of the field?
Jacob, we still have a long ways to go. We still have at least a couple more pit stops to go. What I'm expecting to see is, again, more fuel and tires. It really depends on how hard you push it, but at this point, we still have a long ways to go. One person I want to point out, I've been keeping my eye out this entire time, is Jay Anderson in the 18 truck, getting it done. He's up in second place right now. Did an excellent job avoiding that wreck, getting in and off of pit road. Outstanding job.
Yeah, he did, and actually, I think as he comes around this time by, he maybe scored picking up the race lead right here. So we'll see exactly how timing and scoring shakes it out in just a moment. And as soon as they cross the stripe, we'll give you a Mrs. Dockside full field rundown here, as we'll have 88 of 188 laps complete in the Mrs. Dockside 500 from Talladega Superspeedway. If you're just joining us, I'm Jacob Seelman for LSRTV tonight, alongside Tim Masters and Nick Lockhart up here in the television tower tonight. And as we get set to roll with these final 100 laps, Ben Burnett, your race leader. Jay Anderson now rides in second. Dylan Rowe in third. Travis McNutt in that Ford truck having a nice run up in fourth with the 44 of James Hickson in fifth. George Bark, after repairs to his machine, runs in sixth with Jeremy Crandall a lap down early in this race. He's back up to seventh. Travis Brown in the 33 in eighth. Earl Lateral rides ninth. And Verlis Felkins, he's had a nice run up to the top 10.
Eric Wilson in the 76 truck takes the 11th spot at this restart. Ryan Borges, a wonderful night so far, running up front most of the time in 12th. Daniel E. Miller we've seen up front in the 06, avoided that last wreck just barely. Dan Smalley in the 69 in the 14th position. 15th position is the 45 of Kerry Cleaver. Did great during our heat races earlier this week, our dual races earlier this week. Stephen Hendren in the 419 takes the 16th position. 17th is Christopher Lorenz. 18th position is Rodney Smith. 19th, Eric Rodeman. And 20th is L.G. Whaley in the 99 truck.
21st to Mark Moffitt right now. 22nd rides the 82 of Wade Rookert. And 23rd just getting back on the lead lap by virtue of the free pass. The 78 of Brian Cross, who's been up at the front at various times tonight. A lap down in 24th to 7 of Logan Cochran after nearly going over in one of our earlier big ones tonight. He's made a nice recovery with that truck making repairs. 2 laps down in 25th to 27 now of Gary Bauer being caught up in that most recent crash. 26th rides the 64 of Cecil Reen. 27th, William Hale. 28th is Scott Brinson, who was the leader just before that crash broke out. 29th, the 420 of John Corden. And 30th now, 3 laps down, the 93 of Eric Wortley.
Needing a shooting star and a prayer here. And 31st, we've got the number 40 of Richard Gabinelli. Robert O'Neill of the 77 truck is in 32nd. 33 on down is out of the race. Out of the race we have Jason Beach, Michael Van Staal, Philip Carsley, Rod Rodimus Sr., Ralph Shipman, Carl Burke, Danny Rude, and Stephen Earp in the 40th spot out of this race. That's right, 32nd and on up, still in it, fighting for a chance.
That's a look at your Miss Dockside full field rundown here with 88 of 188 laps complete here at Talladega Super Speedway. And as we get set, the lights going out on the pace car right now. This field getting ready to double it up as we get set to go back green flag racing. And the field in just a moment going to be in the hands of Ben Burnett and Jay Anderson, the 37 and the 18. They're working down the middle of the super stretch right now. And it's going to be interesting, Nick, right here to see how George Bark in that 42, the strongest truck of the night, can rebound after being caught up in this most recent crash.
Jacob, the 42 definitely lucked out. He had the reset available, the quick repair, back in it, back up, just about in the top 5 there. He'll be on the outside of the 3rd row during this restart. Unfortunate for him, I'm not seeing his one partner around. Oh, I take that back. I believe he was working with the 73, so I believe he still has a chance to get it done. Still a long way to go, and it's going to be very exciting as these laps wind down. Drivers are realizing time's running out. $500 is on the line for the winner tonight. It's going to be very exciting to see how this race unfolds.
Nick, the 85, Dylan Rowe has damage on his rear. It's where the left rear bumper is messed up. Is that going to affect his pushing abilities for our race leader?
Hopefully not, but, I'm looking at that spoiler. It is bent up a little bit. That could generate some bad air before the truck's behind him. Hopefully, if he can keep it tucked in, he'll be okay. But we'll just have to wait and see as the pace car cuts in to start this restart.
Field in the hands of Ben Burnett and Jay Anderson on the front row. Dylan Rowe and Travis McNutt going to be their pushers on this restart as they work through the tri-oval and get ready to come back to the green flag from the flag stand here in just a moment. Waiting on it now. It's in the air. Green flag for Ben Burnett as he takes off with the 85 of Dylan Rowe, trying to make a run and push him back to the lead. Problem is, the outside lane is the one that's got the momentum as they work through turns 1 and 2. Jay Anderson
Side by side, white knuckle driving at this point. The nerves are about to kick in. We've only got less than 100 laps to go in this one. And there's $500 on the line for the race winner. Got to keep that truck clean, in great condition if we want to finish this one out. Going into turn 3, what's going to happen, Nick?
Down the backstretch to go, making their way into turn 3, 2 by 2 by 2, clear on back. We've got a 2-car tandem up on the high side. Jay Anderson getting it done on the inside, looking really strong. Help from the 37. Here we go as they round the corner in 4, making their way down the front stretch. Very exciting, action-packed. The 85 looks like that damage may be in fact affecting him as he's starting to jump back, looking for some help, approaching the start-finish line.
I noticed that a little bit, Nick, too. We talked about earlier how this is a mental race as well. Physical is needed, but mental toughness and sharpness is needed for this entire race. How is this affecting our drivers at this point?
Tim, you gotta think it from a driver's perspective. You've got $500 on the line, and everything you do will affect not only what happens to the outcome of this race, and so you've got to keep focused. You can't let that bog you down and make a bad choice early on. Still a long way to go. As you see, we've got a new leader making their way down here in turn 4, and the number 4, Travis McNutt.
As we observed earlier, it just takes one little mind slip to cause your truck to creep up a little bit in the lane and to tap into someone else, or to push at the wrong angle at the wrong time in a corner, and suddenly somebody goes spinning. It does not take much, man. These guys are probably being so careful out there on the track, but yet one minor slip up, heck, you get close enough for a net code and you could end somebody's day really quickly here.
Yes, the net code can definitely happen, and for the viewers and folks watching that are not familiar with that term, the net code basically happens when the computer simulation predicts where they believe your truck is going to be at, and in fact, you may not actually be there, and it can cause a wreck. Unfortunately, it happens from time to time, but so far I have not seen that being the case here, as they're racing 2x2 clear on back through the top 10, looking really strong here on the inside, with help from Jay Anderson in the 18, shoving the number 4 of Travis McNutt to the lead.
33 of Travis Brown back in order, doing a great job of pushing there on the outside. Not really pushing it too hard, just making sure they stay up towards the front. Not really challenging for the lead, just doing a good job here. Not too worried about those guys on the outside line. I really just think they're holding frame, holding form, making sure they're in front of any accidents that might happen later on. Nick, where would you want to be right now at this point in the race if you were on the track?
Tim, I always like to be out in front, fresh air, behind a partner that I know can push me really well. You know, at times, just like the last caution, out in front, you get clipped the wrong way. So it really depends on who the partner is and how well they are at pushing.
I notice we have switched positions here back in the field, and oh yeah, there we go, getting back in line. Folks, remember, if you're the pusher here, your truck is going to overheat. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's going to happen just like the real trucks do in the NASCAR series that you might see on television or live at your local racetrack. Here in sim racing world, it's the same way. Stay tucked up under the nose. Oh, I'm hearing from the tower, we have a caution out, couple of cars involved. Let's rewind a bit and find out who was involved in that one. Nick, what do you got for us?
Looks like the number 7 and 28 got tangled up there to bring out the caution here. We're about to bring out a replay. You guys will be able to see firsthand exactly what happened.
Oh, I'm seeing it. The 7 was trapped on the outside, and looks like he thought he was clear to tuck in behind his racing partner, the 28, but he was not clear. And he caught on to the back of that bumper, but the back of the 28's bumper was already damaged, so that might have taken some play into it. Another couple of trucks had to dive low to miss that one. Hopefully they didn't damage their tires too bad to try and avoid that accident.
Still a lot of time to make up for mistakes like that. It's unfortunate that we're seeing trucks get damaged early on and then are still out there trying to hook up. Bumpers, again, already do not align up. You've got damage on the bumper, makes it even worse. It acts as like a right and left hook, and it will spin that truck around in front of you quicker than you can imagine.
Oh, doesn't it, Nick? I'll tell you what, I've been on the track a couple of times when my racing partner has wobbled a bit, you know, while pushing. We don't see that much here tonight, but when you're swerving back and forth from the left side of the bumper to the right side of the bumper as you're trying to push a truck down the track, every once in a while you'll hook them, especially if there's damage on the rear of that bumper. You're going to catch something and spin them around.
And there are a lot of damaged trucks out there. We've seen quite a few cautions here. At this point, though, they're going to have another chance to get the repairs done. They're going to come back down pit road. We're going to top off the fuel. We'll probably see some more tires. We may see some strategies. Some trucks may decide to take 2 or no tires again.
And as we circulate under caution right here, 95 laps complete as we are still just past halfway, and right now going to dial up the driver of one of the most dominant trucks so far tonight, and that's George Bark. George, I'll tell you what, a very interesting night for you. You've had the dominant truck, and got caught up in that one caution right there at the very front of the field, but you were able to repair your truck very quickly, and it looks like it's not affected it too badly. What's the race been like from your point of view so far tonight?
It's been mostly up. Just trying to stay out front. I don't want to be back there whatsoever. I just want to be right where I am. I really don't want to leave it, you know. But it's a good truck. I don't know if everybody showed what they have already, but I'm just trying to stay out here just to stay out of trouble.
It looks like you and the 73 of Jeremy Crandall really have had two of the strongest trucks. How tough has it been to manage who you work with throughout this race and start to figure out, at this point in the race, we're just past halfway now, do you start to figure out who you want to pair up with there for that run to the finish?
Not yet. It's still early. You know, you just gotta go with the person that's behind you or in front of you. You know, I know Crandall's behind me somewhere, but we plan on meeting up again sooner or later here for the end. But right now, it hasn't been bad. I've had a lot of friends around me like Travis and Gary. You know, some of the other guys that pushed throughout the race. We all have raced together for a real long time, so I know who I can and can't push. But it hasn't been too bad of a battle with partners and stuff right now. But
you certainly made
go.
it very exciting up front there, leading this race and continuing to add to your laps led total tonight. George, best of luck to you, and we'll look forward to seeing you battling out here as we get closer to the end of this 500-mile race.
I appreciate it. Thanks. Hope to see you guys later.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Mrs. Dockside 500, brought to you by Kim Dolan, Realtor, 805-341-4495, the #1 listing selling agent in Ventura County, California. Thank you to Kim Dolan. $500 to the race winner tonight, $85 to second place, third gets $65, fourth gets $40, and fifth gets $25. Real money involved here, $500 to the winner, Jacob. How amazing is that?
For sim racing, pretty darn good. With that, while we got a second here, we're going to take a quick break while we're under caution flag. We'll be back for the restart right after this. You're watching LSRTV from Talladega Super Speedway. We'll be back.
Trucking has always been a part of me. It started years ago when my dad and granddad were hauling vegetables to market in Liverpool. The family immigrated to Canada in the late 60s and settled near Alliston, Ontario. I bought my first truck in 1982 and Mercer Trucking was born. Today, Mercer Trucking has over 50 trucks in terminals in Toronto and Los Angeles. Our storage facilities at both terminals can handle any size of distribution needs throughout North America. We service the continental U.S., including Hawaii and Alaska. We run over 120,000 miles per month and some of the best equipment on the road today. We specialize in less than truckload shipments, show freight, we do rush team service deliveries, and haul your refrigerated or heated product. Our regular team service from Canada to California is second to none, and our staff and drivers are among the best in the business. I'm proud of our people and what they can achieve. Trucking is in my blood, it's my livelihood, and it's what I do best.
Welcome back to Live Sim Racing TV from Talladega Super Speedway, the Pros League Beer Money Truck Series Mrs. Dockside 500. Jacob Seelman alongside Nick Lockhart and Tim Masters as we get set. Lights out on the pace car to go back. Green flag racing about a third of a lap or so from turning the field loose, and George Bark and Travis Brown going to be on the front row to lead them back to green flag racing. Travis McNutt, James Hickson, Jeremy Crandall, Steve Hendren, the top six, they've all still got a shot at it, as do Ryan Borge, Eric Rodeman, Daniel Miller, Rodney Smith. The list goes on. 21 cars, or trucks rather, right now on the lead lap and still in contention for $500 of cold hard cash. As we get set to continue on, we're about 4 laps now past the halfway point, so just over just under 250 miles to go in the Talladega event here tonight, the final race of the Beer Money Truck Series Season 1 that George Bark is looking to go to victory lane in. Pace car is in as we get set to rock and roll. Bark, Brown, McNutt, Hickson coming to the flag. Green flag in the air. We are back underway from Talladega and back in the pack. The guy who's going to be looking to make a move as they head to turn 1, going to be the 0-2 of Ryan Borge. He is on the bottom lane, locked in right there about 8th place. George Bark on the move to the lead as they work through turns 1 and 2.
That's right, contact between the 44 and the 4, but they saved it as they negotiated the turns there in the 42 of George Bark. Calm and collective as ever. You heard him in the interview. No nerves there. He's just ready to win this thing. Nick, what's going on in the front?
I tell you what, man, that was a good, close call by everyone. Everyone checked up. The 0-2 of Ryan, he really reacted. Drove it on the apron for a split second, expecting the big win. Did not happen. Drove it back up. Everyone looking single file now, looking very comfortable, rounding out turn 4 as they make their way down the front stretch. We've got George Bark in the 42 leading strong out front, pushed by Travis Brown in the 33.
And I'll tell you right now, that 0-2 still does not look sound. Ryan Borge very squirrely there on the bottom of the racetrack, being pushed by the 0-6 of Daniel Miller. They go back to turn 1. 0-2 now up to 7th. He's hanging on despite that truck. Really not looking like it's handling very sound right now, but that tandem is making speed and making hay. They fan out 2, 3, trying to go 4 wide down the back straightaway as we have got a 3-wide battle for 3rd, and Ryan Borge just watching on right here, trying to make up some time as we got 2 trucks now going to the outside in turn 3.
The 73 of Jeremy Crandall really wanted a piece of that high side action, but they did not let him in there. Couldn't get up there fast enough, had to tuck in behind the 4 of Travis McNutt, showing a good, strong truck, still in great shape here in the top 5. Great night for him. The strategy has played out so far.
Guys, I'll tell you what, the driver to really heartbreak for, who lost a ton of position. He went from 5th clear back to 15th, the 44 of James Hickson. No one helped. A little left rear quarter damage, and he's dropping quick. No one's hooking up with him, and he's going to lose even more positions as they roll out of turn 2 down the back stretch. George Bark still out front, looking very strong on the inside, but who's on the outside with a huge run? The 419 being pushed very strong as they make their way down into turn number 3.
Steve Hendren right there on the top side, trying to go for 2nd with help from the 43 of Eric Rodeman. Nowhere to go as they work off turn 4. The 42 and the 33, Bark and Brown still out in front of this field. The battles for 3rd, side by side between Hendren and Travis McNutt as they work through the tri-oval.
Still in it. Mark Moffitt went over our first duel early on this week. You know why he's still in it? Because Robert O'Neill stayed in and got his truck fixed. He's 13 laps down, but he is pushing Mark Moffitt and keeping him on the pace for the lead lap.
Battle for the
Leaders.
lead right now as they work off turn number 2. The 33, Travis Brown, swaps position with the 42 of George Bark. They're now up top. They give up the bottom of the racetrack, but they maintain the lead by half a truck length as they work down the Alabama Gang super stretch. Travis McNutt into turn number 3. Where we had 4 cars battling for the lead, we now have 8. Travis McNutt by half a truck length getting it shoved from Jeremy Crandall. He clears for the lead off turn 4.
Travis McNutt getting it done off of turn 4, looking very strong here on the inside. Help with the 73 of Jeremy Candell, looking really strong and coming down the front stretch to the start-finish line. The runs on the outside, though, with the 33 of Travis Brown being helped by Greg Beck, looking real strong, number 42, as they drive it into turn number 1, 2x2, clear on back. What's going to happen on the outside of here? Looks like we've got 3-4 help, 3 cars lining up strong, outside runs, got the run. Greg just might be able to clear him getting into 3.
All right, 8 trucks, wheel to wheel. It is 2x2x2x2 with 2 more behind them. Ben Burnett and Dale Smalley, 9th and 10th. They're single file waiting to see what happens right here. Outside lane has the advantage. Travis Brown to the race lead. Travis McNutt falls back to 3rd. He's going to fall back further than that. Eric Rodeman getting a huge shove to the outside lane by the Ford 19 and Steve Hendren. They go to 3rd and 4th across the stripe. Drop McNutt from 1st to 5th. He may lose even more time than that right now as they work back to turns 1 and 2. Advantage Travis Brown.
The iRacing simulator is so real that these drivers will get dirt on their windshields and they won't be able to see very well the longer they go into the run, and especially if you're following behind a truck, your windshield's going to get dirtier than the guy out front. They are negotiating these difficulties and these obstacles every single lap, and if the truck in front of them has a mechanical problem, dear Lord, help them even more, because that windshield will get dirty. That's how accurate the simulation here is at iRacing.com. As our leaders on the high side switch, go high, gain a little bit of air, cool that engine down as he tucks back in.
And I'll tell you what, I'm not 100% sure that was by design, because the 43 of Eric Rodeman coming through the tri-oval got really, really loose right there, Tim. He was a little bit squirrely after getting that push, and he had to step out of line to save that truck. Holds on to it, but he's in the middle of a hornet's nest in that middle lane. Clowns to the left of me, Jokers to the right, and Eric Rodeman down the back straightaway with nowhere to go.
Jacob, if we ask them after the race, you guarantee it, they'll tell you it was planned that way.
They never want to admit something happens to screw up the plan they've got in their head.
Looking very strong off turn 4. The number 78 helped with the 27. Huge push. They drove it up back from 10th place on the high side, looking really strong, clearing the leaders. New leader out front here. It looks like they're calling a switch going into turn 1.
All right, there's a switch, and I'll tell you right now, watching all of this, that switch was not a design switch, I don't think, because the 27 right there is a lap down, and he is now on the, he's not on the tail end of the lead lap. He's got one of his laps back, so I'll tell you, the 78 of Brian Cross leading this field, trying to repay a favor right now, I guess, Tim, if you will. Those two have worked together just about the entire race, and Cross trying to give his fellow partner a hand right now, his dancing partner a hand.
Jacob, it ain't a crazy idea to try and get a lap back here, because Jeremy Crandall did it already. He showed everybody, don't give up, you can do this. So he's going to try and stay out front as long as he can and just pray for one of them caution flags to start waving so he can have the dice roll in his favor for once.
That's right. So Gary Bauer gets one of his 2 laps back as they run, being pushed by the 78 of Brian Cross, who is trying desperately. I'm sure he'd like to get Bauer all the way back on the lead lap if possible, so that the two of them might be able to fight for a win. Right now, Cross leads this field into turn number 3. Travis Brown in the 33 rides second. George Bark in third. Behind them, 2x2x2.
On the high side, we've got a run. Looks like the 419 of Stephen Hendren is really hooking up strong with the 06. Trying to get it done on the high side, as the third and fourth of 33 and 42 of George Bark is also looking to the high side on getting into turn number 1.
Hendren's been looking for a drafting partner ever since he lost his teammate John Corden earlier in this race, Tim. He's been a lonely man for quite a while, but it looks like he might have finally found a teammate in Daniel Miller.
You know, maybe so, and even if not, even if Daniel's trying to get to the guy he wants to get to, there's still plenty of good green flag racing left in this one. And also, folks know that Steven Hendren has got some great racing abilities. I mean, they've seen him all week this week charge towards the front and do such a superb job that later on when these guys' racing partner is no longer able to keep up with the back, because I'm sure there'll be another caution, they'll be looking to Steven Hendren saying, hey buddy, maybe we could team up together. I bet you that happens.
I bet you it just might, because he's got a very, very fast race truck right now. Nick, we are now 2 hours and 12 minutes into this 500-mile race. What kind of stress does this start to put on the drivers as we've still got about 80 laps to go right here?
Jacob, the stress these drivers are starting to feel is fatigue. Your hands are going to start cramping and hurting, and you've got to drive past that. You try to have to focus on what's going on around you. If you have an itch, if something's burning, you just got to try to put yourself through it and deal with it at this time. Otherwise, they will cause another big one. At this point, the 33, though, looking like they're getting it done on the outside, looking really strong, and Travis Brown helped from the 42 of George Bark. 2 by 2, 3 on back.
Copy that. I'll tell you right now, this battle for the lead continuing to heat up as we roll in deeper into this race. Travis Brown, George Bark, Brian Cross, they're your top 3. They are duking it out side by side by side for the race lead. And tell you, that 27 of Gary Bauer not giving up either. He's 23rd right now, scored 2 laps down, trying desperately to get one of those laps back as we're 3 wide. The 06 of Daniel Miller gets a huge run up the middle, Tim, as they go into turn 3. Where did he come from? Up to 4th.
You know, I think that was synchronized because those two trucks pulled out at almost the exact same time. It wasn't quite polished as they had envisioned it, but I'm telling you, I think that was planned. These folks are working together to try and keep their trucks cooled off and in good shape. But the problem I'm seeing here, Nick and Jacob, is that we're not as closely knit as we were before. If I'm a pusher, I'm now starting to weave in and out. If I'm on the bottom lane, I'm drifting above and below that yellow line now because it's that mental toughness we talked about. My goodness, 2 hours plus into this race. It's hard to stay focused that long, guys. We're going to see some accidents happen before this is over due to mental fatigue.
Tim, I think one of the reasons we're also seeing a lot of trucks swirling up is a lot of people didn't take tires. Or only right sides. They're going to start seeing the tire wear come into play, and those who did take tires are going to be out in front. Those who are on old tires are going to start suffering, and that could very well lead to our next caution. Unfortunately, looks like we're going to be going green for a little while longer here, so they may have to do a green flag pit stop.
Fuel is going to be the issue here, Nick. Get your calculator out here. We know when we went back to green flag racing, we know they were on pit road just before the green flag came back out. What are we looking at as far as a fuel window here and when these guys might need to come back down pit road?
Jacob, at this point, you really have to rely on your crew chief and hope that they've gone ahead and told you exactly how much you're going to need to save or how much you're going to need to take. Again, we still have a long way to go. We're still 2 pit stops away from being able to complete this race. Definitely look to see him probably split the difference here. Could very well see him come down pit road in the next 20, 30 laps.
Nick, I'm glad you had that answer because I'm over here thinking, from the driver's perspective, I told you earlier, I'm not much of a setup guy, but from a driver's perspective, I'm thinking, I'm going to run it until my crew chief starts yelling at me and saying there's no fuel left or my tires are getting worn. I don't know any different unless I'm driving. Look at those 2 lap cars on the high side. Another 2 showing up on the high side. These guys are going to have to really keep it down, stay focused for a minute while they negotiate this lap traffic. Jacob?
3 wide as they work down the back straightaway. Lap traffic staying well out of the way of this lead battle right here as we see another synchronized switch going into turn 3. The 06 of Daniel Miller trying to get out of the way, get back so he can start pushing the 42 of George Bark. Bark slots to the inside, though, picks up Jeremy Crandall and leaves the 06 of Daniel Miller out to dry. Hello strategy as they work through the tri-oval. Miller without a partner. He's going to fall all the way to the tail end of this line. Bark and Crandall, the train is back, and they are coming for the lead with a full head of steam back to turn 1.
Jacob, I just did some figuring, and there's 13 cars up here up front. And if you do by pairs, that means one guy's going to be left out. Oh, dear, that's not going to be good for whoever that fella ends up being.
And it looks like right now that fella is Daniel Miller. He has absolutely no help, and he is going all the way to the tail of this 11-car lead pack. Miller drops from about third all the way back now to almost 1.3 seconds behind the race leader, who right now is Travis Brown, but he is going to have a myriad of challengers. Up top, the 419, Steve Hendren going 3 wide. He wants the race lead as they come to the stripe. New leader Hendren 3 deep as they head to turn 1.
Nick, does Miller even have a chance anymore falling back to the tail end of that lead pack?
You know, Tim, at this point, there's still plenty of time to go. Hopefully, he'll be able to hook up with someone. You can't drop more than a second back behind the truck in front of you before you lose that draft. And then at that point, you're just kind of riding solo by yourself. Still a lot of trucks back there. Still a lot of trucks on the track. Showing we've got 19 trucks on the lead lap still. A few of them are still way beyond where Miller is. So Miller not quite out. Looks like he's hooked up with the 45 of Kelly Cleaver.
All right, here as we're working again off turn 4 and down to the tri-oval, and all of a sudden we're seeing some players get back into this, Tim, that I didn't expect to see right away. Ben Burnett, we've not talked about him a whole lot since we went back to Green Flag Racing, but all of a sudden here he is working his way into the top 5, trying to get a shot at this. He's actually got drafting help from the Gary Bauer lap truck. I'm telling you, Bauer may not be a factor for the win himself, but he may certainly be a factor in who does win this race.
I think these guys are taking turns not having a partner, because Miller just hooked up with the 02 truck of Ryan Borges and just plowed right up there to get himself right there within the top 10 again. And hanging out near the front, they kind of slowed up their roll as they encountered some traffic, because, you know, now's not the time to push for a win. We're not to the last lap yet. Oh,
Tim,
they
we've got
narrowly
some
missed
trucks.
someone bringing into the pits.
Tim, we've got trucks entering pit road here. Looks like we've got some strategy into play. Pit stops coming a little sooner than we expected.
And I believe that's James Hickson that just made the dive to pit road in the 44 machine. He was on, I believe, had just gone a lap down, if looking at timing and scoring serves me correctly. So Hickson had just gone a lap down in 19th place, and he hits the pit area right here. And you may be right, Nick. Maybe a little bit of strategy, short pit. You know, if the cautions fall right, you could get your lap back here.
You know, Jacob and Tim, I was overhearing spotter communication. A lot of these trucks are on about 5 gallons of fuel now. Do expect them to be looking at that pit road entrance very soon.
Guys, what did we say earlier? Expect some green flag pit stops as we get later on in this race, because you know what? Only the tough survive, and only the tough are left right now, which means we're going to see less and less cautions until we get towards the end, and then we could see a whole bunch of them. But for right now, you got the cream of the crop on the field. They're going to have to do some green flag pit stops. How difficult is it, Nick, to get on the brakes and not lose control when your tires are worn and you're empty on fuel? Your truck's not as heavy as it used to be. How do you make that entry into pit road going so fast?
Tim, it's a very challenging aspect of it. You've got to downshift, you've got to clutch it just right, and then when it comes down pit road speed, you can't speed, you'll get penalized, and that will be the end of your day if you get penalized. Coming to the stop, you cannot hold the brake, you will slide. As you can see, a lot of action going on up front here as a ton of trucks are trying to merge back on and trying to get up to speed.
And we're waiting to see when these leaders are going to hit pit road. Not this lap. Jeremy Crandall, George Bark holding this pack steady right now as they try to squeeze 3, 4 wide. They're not going to lead at the stripe. They lose a ton of momentum. Steve Hendren takes the lead away from Crandall right there at the line with a push from Eric Rodeman. Whew, I'm holding my breath right here. This is getting dicey.
Boy, howdy, Jacob. I'm telling you what, I'm sitting here in my chair watching this thing from the booth, and I am nervous as all get out for our leaders right now as they negotiate this lap traffic.
Guys, remember, it's a $500 victory here. Drivers are realizing that it's getting time. It's trying to get your truck in position to have something to compete here at the end. Pit stops are coming up very soon. We've got trucks single file now, first on back. We got the leaders turning in for the pit stops.
Some of the lead pack, Steve Hendren, who's actually leading this race, is still out in front, but I believe the 42 and the 73, George Bark and Jeremy Crandall, made that turn to the pit lane, so they'll get their service right here and try to merge back out into this field. Two of the strongest trucks, and I think probably, Tim, the strongest single tandem right now on pit lane.
Well, Jacob, Nick, this is what we expected from ProsLeague.com. This group of guys and gals, they are so great at professional racing on the track, being courteous to one another, giving us a good show to hear tonight for the Mrs. Dockside 500. You couldn't ask for a better performance on the track than what we've seen from these drivers tonight.
Very interesting strategy I see here. Coming out of pit road, we've got the 42 of George Bark and the 73 of Jeremy Candell. Fuel only, fuel only. They're down on the inside here, rolling up, trying to get back up to speed.
That's very interesting. We thought these guys would end up taking tires, Nick, and instead, some of these guys are on the same tires that they started this race on 120 laps ago.
Unbelievable,
Folks,
Jacob.
Mr. Cleaver in the 45 has blown his engine. That will happen if you don't get some fresh air into that, but he had his repair left, thank goodness golly, he had his repair left, so he's back out on the track now, but let that be a reminder, don't let it throttle in the red too awful long.
That's one of the problems you're going to start seeing as these trucks start to overheat and the laps wind down. Drivers are going to start taking bigger risks. They're going to keep it tucked behind the truck in front of them longer than they normally would, and you'll start seeing engines failure more often than not here as it winds down for the $500 purse prize.
And right now what we're seeing is Travis Brown with the race lead shoving the 27 machine of Gary Bauer, who currently rides 18th, only one lap down because he's out in front of the leader right now. He's hoping for a caution. Travis Brown's got a 9/10 of a second lead over Eric Rodeman and Steve Hendren, who we still assume are going to need to make their pit stops. It looks like about 6 or 7 trucks have yet to make their stops on pit lanes, so we know they'll need to come in for service here in the next couple laps. You don't want to come in without a friend, otherwise you're really going to be hurting, as it looks like Steve Hendren and Eric Rodeman going to hit the pit lane right here as the leader works through the tri-oval, Travis Brown. And I'll tell you what, Tim, as Hendren and Rodeman come in right here, that's a gutsy move, but it's a good move for them because they came in together so they can get back out together. They can draft their way around this 2.66 mile super speedway. And Travis Brown right now, I don't get this. He has stayed out so long, it worries me because he may be a sitting duck.
Jacob, he's betting the farm on this one, and why not? $500 to the race winner for the Mrs. Dockside 500. Mighty fine racing here from these Pros League fellas. And thanks again to LSRTV for broadcasting this thing. Man, what a great job out here on the track. This is really good. When these cars get done cycling through, who knows where they're going to be, but I'm guessing it's going to be a little bit choppy in the field, and they're going to have to work together with whatever teammate they can find. They may have new partners by the time they cycle through. When they do, they're going to have to work together, maybe form some small packs, get in a straight line in order to bring everyone together again at the front of the field. What do you think about it, Nick?
You're absolutely right, Tim, about that. Sometimes nothing goes as planned, and when you go on pit road with a partner and your partner speeds or misses the pit stall and has to reverse it, you end up working with someone else. Right now, the leaders are really spaced out, 2 truck tandems. Right now, really taking it easy, gives everyone a chance to breathe. They're not being pinched on the inside or 2 or 3 wide, so still a lot of laps to go. Still another pit stop. A lot more to happen. Still need to cycle through the top leaders to come back on pit road.
You got a point there, Nick, but too, I'm thinking, you know, am I letting my guard down now because there's not a high line on me right now, or the low line's not bothering me, they're not coming up on me right now because they're so spread out? You know, does that mean that I'm now going to drop my guard? Remember, we talked about this being a mental race too, you know? So it's very important that we stay just as in tune with what our truck is doing on the racing surface as we do when we're in pack racing. Isn't that
Can-
right, Jacob?
Speaking of staying in tuned with what's going on the racing surface, battle for the lead, as we have got trucks right now that have run all the way up to the race leader.
We got a
Travis
caution.
Brown,
Caution's
Brian
out.
Oh, we got trouble. Trouble on the racetrack. Caution is out, and I'll tell you what, the dice roll for Travis Brown, Tim, just worked to perfection. A lot of smoke on the front straightaway. We'll try and decipher what happened here in just a moment.
Jacob,
But the
Steven
strategy-
Hendren is
Yep.
involved in this.
419 running 13th. They was pushing brand new tires. Oh, and it looks like they were running 3 wide. 73 did not realize it was 3 wide. The 06 was on his inside, turned him and collected the 419. That's a prime example of you're driving straight, you're focusing on who you're pushing, and then bam, you get caught in the right side and turned.
The 06 and the 419 have been up front all night long. Jacob, what does this mean for our drivers?
And what's even tougher about that is the 73, Jeremy Crandall, in that as well. I mean, you talk about 3 or 4 of our guys who were right in the front, in the thick of this battle for the lead. That's exactly the dilemma that these guys are in now, because a lot of them used up their repair on that last caution. This is going to hinder their night now, especially Steve Hendren. Heavy damage to the rear end of that number 419 truck. Tough break for him, and while we got a second right here, I'll tell you what, we're going to run through the top 10 before we throw it to commercial. Since we're under caution, Travis Brown, your race leader. Brian Cross rides second. Dale Smalley third. Ben Burnett fourth. Dylan Rowe is fifth. Rodney Smith sixth. Jay Anderson seventh. Eric Rodman eighth. George Bark ninth. And Daniel Miller completes the top 10. From Talladega Super Speedway, this is LSRTV and the Pros League Miss Dockside 500.
A race car has a soul, and the Audi 90 Quattro had a very special soul. When we came to the States with this car, nobody could believe what we can achieve with this car. Small engine, 5-cylinder, it's a German saloon car. We knew that we can only win the race by using all the car has.
The green flag is out. And here we go.
5-cylinder engine it was a jewel. It was lighter and it was more compact. You put your foot on the throttle and you could use the power instantly.
Trucking has always been a part of me. It started years ago when my dad and granddad were hauling vegetables to market in Liverpool. The family immigrated to Canada in the late 60s and settled near Alliston, Ontario. I bought my first truck in 1982 and Mercer Trucking was born. Today, Mercer Trucking has over 50 trucks in terminals in Toronto and Los Angeles. Our storage facilities at both terminals can handle any size of distribution needs throughout North America. We service the continental U.S., including Hawaii and Alaska. We run over 120,000 miles per month and some of the best equipment on the road today. We specialize in less than truckload shipments, show freight, we do rush team service deliveries, and haul your refrigerated or heated product. Our regular team service from Canada to California is second to none, and our staff and drivers are among the best in the business. I'm proud of our people and what they can achieve. Trucking is in my blood, it's my livelihood, and it's what I do best.
Ladies and gentlemen, want the money? Come and get it. This is the Mrs. Dockside 500. $500 to the race winner. This is Beer Money Truck Series, and you are watching some Pro Series racing truck drivers, Pro League racing truck drivers out here on LSRTV, sponsored by Kim Dolan, Realtor. If you need to buy some property in California, give her a holler at 805-341-4495. Nick, tell us who else is on board with us today.
Tim, we'd also like to give a shout out to a sponsor, L Technology Group, for all your IT needs, whether it's home, business, or enterprise grade services. They are the ones to contact. Remote services available 24/7. They'll speed up your systems, remove viruses, secure it, and report and monitor on issues within your environment. Give them a call today, 855-999-6425. With that said, go ahead, Tim, I'm sorry.
So Nick, you're telling me that if I have a problem day or night with my setup, I can call L Technologies and they'll help me out?
You're absolutely right, Tim. There's technicians standing by. They're a help desk designed for home businesses, enterprises, and everyone in between. With that said, we've got the pace car in. We're about to go green for the restart here with the 43 of Eric Rodman out front on the inside with the outside of Brian Cross. Green flag is in the air as they roll it down to the start-finish line, getting into two. Get into one.
Boy, howdy, Brian Cross ready to go. Look at him jump out there on the high side. Man, what a fun job as they enter into 1 and 2. I tell you, even right now on lap 130 of 188, I think I'd be taking it kind of easy, especially if my truck is in good condition. I want to keep it in good condition for the last 10 laps of this thing, Nick. 3 wide down the back stretch as someone gets left out to dry. Who is that? The 78. Lost a partner there, falling back. That's Brian Cross. He was up front early on in this one going into turn 3.
Tim, that was our race leader here coming to the restart. No help, dropped way back. But I tell you what, the man that made the move on that restart, the 18 of Jay Anderson, slammed the door on the outside. Definitely mirror driving. You can definitely feel the energy rising here as laps wind down. We're coming up to about 58 laps to go here. We've got a new leader out front. Number 43, Eric Rodman, pushed by the number 69 of Dale Smiley, driving it into turn number 1.
Hoot lolly, look at that lap car going really close to that yellow line. Man, that was so close. Looks like he knocked the mirrors off every one of those trucks on the inside line. If I had been on the inside line, Nick, at that point, I think I might have said a few choice words to myself in the cockpit. What about you?
You know, Tim, that kind of stuff happens. It's racing instances. You got to move past them. Otherwise, you get hung up and caught up on situations on the track that happen behind you. And you got to move on. You got to focus for the $500 prize package, which they're coming closer to lap by lap. On the outside, we've got the 85 pushing very strong on the 37. Huge run on the outside as they make their way through the tri-oval, making their way to the front stretch on the start-finish line.
Now, just to be clear, that driver that exited the pit road did nothing wrong. As long as he's below the yellow line, he's good. He's following the rules. He can make entry on the back stretch. He wasn't doing anything wrong. I'm just saying, as a driver, boy, it can make you nervous when you just don't know what's about to happen, and those trucks are so close to you on the inside and the outside. Boy, it can get nerve-wracking, can it, Nick?
It sure can, Tim. And back here, looks like we've already divided the pack up. They're multi-pack racing again. 5 trucks back onto the 13th position. Traffic McNutt rounding out the tail end of this lead lap here. Looks like a lot of strategy. Everyone's playing it safe here in the back. Single file, just knocking away laps, looking to hopefully be in position when it counts.
You know, the timing of that caution was not so great for some of our drivers. We've got a few of them that are a lap down right now. Only 13 trucks remain on the lead lap, and it looks like every single truck out there is in good enough condition to stay up there with the lead pack. We've got George Bark, Jeremy Crandall, and Travis McNutt kind of hanging out in the back, seeing if maybe something's going to happen up front, but they're still close enough they can make a charge to the front anytime they want.
Tim, I tell you what, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but the number 12 of Earl Lateraler, he just drove it right down onto the apron, getting into one. He's a lap down. He really just tried to get out of everyone's way. Was not expecting that, but unbelievable. Everyone avoided him because he did come back up on the track at an odd place, but glad everyone made it through that.
Nick, we've talked about it before already, but these folks here at ProsLeague.com, this group of racers, they have such respect for one another. Even in the duels early on, $50 to the winner of those duels and $500 to the winner tonight. They have been so courteous to one another out on the track. You won't find that in the public arena at iRacing.com. While there's still great racing there, this is beyond courteous what you're seeing here tonight.
It sure is, Tim, and you know that's a great bunch of guys here that hold these leagues. Just goes to show you need to be a part of this great organization here. 78 coming up, giving a hard run through the high side there. Looks like they're going to battle for the lead 2 by 2 as they round turn number 4.
I tell you, the 78 getting a little bit squirrely might have been because of the car behind them. We talked about that mental fatigue there, where you got to stay on point every single time, and especially when you go into those turns, because if you swivel just a little bit while you're doing some pushing, you know, side to side, from the left of the bumper to the right of the bumper, you could get that lead car you're trying to push a little bit squirrely. So it's all about where you're pushing and when you're pushing on the back of these race cars.
Right now, Tim, the most exciting point of the track here would definitely be with the leader, Ben Burnett, on the outside here. Looks like he was getting it done on the high side, and his pushers starting to cool it off a little bit. They could very well be a force to contend with when these laps wind down for the $500 prize.
Yep, going through the corners. I think our lead pack here, that's the first 9 cars. They're just locked up. They're kind of happy with the position they're in. There's no point in, you know, cutting somebody off, running for the front. As long as they can maintain that draft and in that close-knit group, you know, they can pretty much guarantee they'll be there at the end of the race to battle it out with one another. Where they're going to have a problem is if somebody gets a little bit aggressive or, you know, loses a little bit of that mental focus for a split second, because it doesn't take much. And they end up bumping into one another and causing some more spins. But I bet you they're doing the best that they can to keep it clean right now. We're on the home stretch of this 188 lap race.
Tim, as they drive it down the backstretch, getting into turn number 3, the trucks are looking a little loose. We've got trucks moving around all over the place. There's 2 by 2 clear on back through the top 10. We're looking for trucks trying to cool it down on the high side, and we're going to possibly start to see engine failures as this lap starts to wind down.
Lord, I hope not. It's too far into the race for an engine failure. Boy, if I'd made it this long and my truck's in good condition and then I blew it up, I would be so upset with myself. Hopefully that doesn't happen for any of our drivers here. But they're doing a really good job of just kind of staying out front, staying in the draft. That lead pack, they're getting done what needs to get done to take home this $500 because, like we said earlier, there's just no point in jockeying for positions right now if you're in that lead pack. Now, right now, we see Daniel Miller and Rodney Smith falling back just a hair. They're going to need to be very careful that they don't lose the draft hanging out in the back of that front pack.
How about a new player on the high side right here as they're peaking 3 wide. Dylan Rowe in the 85 trying to make a run for the lead. The 69 of Dale Smalley slams the door on the inside, trying to keep all the hounds back behind him as we come to the stripe once again. I'll tell you, Tim, hold your breath, because you know what the problem with all this theorizing that we're doing right now is? There's still 51 laps to go. That is a lot of time.
Excuse me, sorry, I was holding my breath and trying to talk. This is an amazing race. I'm telling you, I'm excited over here watching this thing. I wish I had the record button on. Wait a minute, I do. It's on YouTube. Tell you what, call your family and friends, pull them to LSRTV, watch this race as soon as it's over, watch it again tomorrow, because this is the best sim racing action you're going to find on the World Wide Web.
Fasten your seatbelts, because Ben Burnett to the lead, being pushed by Eric Rodeman. We are coming now to 51 laps to go in the chase for $500. Dylan Rowe third. Then back behind him, it's Brian Cross fourth, Dale Smalley in fifth. The guys in the points right now, it's really getting down to a two-man fight. We're watching Ryan Borge, or rather a three-man fight. Ryan Borge, George Bark, and Brian Cross. And I believe, if I'm doing my math correctly, unofficially, with Cross running fourth right now, and Bark and Borge outside the top 10, Brian Cross would be your champion if the race were to end right now. But the good thing is, it doesn't end right now. There's still 50 laps to go. When we get back to the line, we've got a battle for the lead. Dylan Rowe has some help on the outside from the 78 of Brian Cross. He wants the race lead away from Ben Burnett. That outside lane is moving.
Nick, with $500 on the line, how concerned are you about points?
You know, Tim, at this point, I don't know what the Pro Leagues pays out for a championship, but I know this much, $500. $500 to race, to play a video game, so to speak, or a simulation. That alone is enough motivation.
Here's the deal. It's not a video game. It's a simulation. The drivers would kick all of us if they heard that. But the bigger thing right here is, if you win a race, the points take care of themselves. There's a good chance that you could pick up $500 and win a championship all in one blow if you're one of those three in the points. Bark, Borge, or right now up there in the catbird seat, Brian Cross.
To bring into perspective how accurate the simulation is, of course it's not like being in the real thing, in the truck, you know, on race day, but it is accurate enough. And actual NASCAR drivers are members here at iRacing, and you'll see them out here on the track. We've got IndyCar members, Formula One members, all kinds of different professional race car drivers here on iRacing.com, racing in some of these private leagues, in the public series, checking out the track, getting ready for the next race weekend. It is just about as good as you can get without actually strapping in to the real thing.
How about this? Battle for the race lead. The 37 being hung out to dry right now. Ben Burnett going the wrong direction. Eric Rodeman to the front of this field.
Right now, single file on the inside. Everyone playing cool. A lot of time still to go. Want to keep the fenders on it. Looks like we do have a few trucks looking to the outside again. 78 getting a shove behind from the 06. Looking good coming off number 2. Down the backstretch they go. Huge run on the outside. We may have a new leader coming to the stripe here. 69 sees him coming in the mirror and decides to latch on to the 43. They're pushing strong, getting into turn number 3. Round the corner they go.
Nick, with our top 7 here, do you think now they're trying to really make some deals? Because there's 7 cars, and if I remember right, if we're going to make partners, you need even numbers. So what kind of deals are these guys making? You think they're trying to just jump up to the front and see how long it takes right now, or are they trying to secure partners and backup partners at this point?
Well, Tim, after we spoke to the winners from the duels last week, we heard multiple race winners paying out half of their earnings to their partners. Would not be surprised to see something similar like that tonight. But with that also being said, who knows if those partners are even still up there. With that being the case, it may just be roll with the punches as opportunity rises. You may be working with someone you didn't plan on. We still have a lot of time to unfold and see how this thing turns out.
Here's the real question right now. If you're a guy like Ben Burnett, Dylan Rowe, George Bart, who just lost the lead draft, Tim, a lap or 2 ago, how long is too long to hang back before you have to go? I mean, these guys are already 3.5 seconds in arrears of the race leaders here with about now 45 laps to go when they get to the stripe. How long is too long to wait?
I think Ben, Dylan, and George, if they were to work together, I don't know if George has any damage to his truck, but if they, considering Ben and George and Dylan, maybe they all have perfect trucks, right? They're in great condition. Give it 10 laps, and they could work together with the 2 behind pushing that leader and then slowly fanning off that leader would make a change, fall back to the back of that 3-car tandem, and then they would run until the next one got hot, and then that leader would fall back to the rear of that 3-car tandem. We've done it before, Nick. You and I have done it at these restrictor plate races, but they're going to need about 10 laps to make up 4 seconds on the field.
Tim, looking back at both those 2-car tandems back behind there, we've got running 8th and 9th there. It looks like you've got Ben Burnett. They've been running the Q line, which is the fastest line around the track here. They're approaching George Bark and Daniel Miller. This should create a nice drafting sequence with 4 trucks. They should be able to run down those leaders in a matter of no time.
And that's what they're trying to do right now. Bark trying to back up just a little bit to catch on to the Ben Burnett, Dylan Rowe tandem and maybe make it a 3-car tandem as they try to work their way towards these front 7 trucks right now. 7 trucks within 0.5 of a second of each other, led by Travis Brown, who gets shuffled 3 wide to the outside. To the bottom comes Eric Rotteman. He'll grab the lead. Brown going to fall all the way to the rear of this battle right now as he going to try to latch on to the number 18 of Jay Anderson as they work off turn 4 and into the tri-oval. It's now 4 trucks single file on the inside, led by Rotteman, who takes the lead at the stripe.
That was not a smooth transition, but you know what? They learned from it, and this is the perfect time to learn from it on lap 146 and not on lap 188. They'll take this knowledge, and they'll make a smoother transition next time. You watch.
Tim, it can get very dangerous like that. You know firsthand if you switch in the middle of the corner, especially if you got trucks on the inside of you and you're doing a 3-wide switch, it gets very hairy very quickly. They did a very good job holding their line as they make their way down the backstretch, getting into the turn number 3 there. Outside line does have the run. We got the number 18, Jay Anderson, looking really strong on the high side with a little bit of help behind him in the 33.
And I'll tell you, while these leaders are starting to battle, those 3 trucks of Burnett, Rowe, and Bart are starting to make up a little bit of time. They took 4/10 of a second off of their deficit to the race leaders last time by the stripe. We'll see what it is this time by the stripe. It was 4.1. It is now 4.8. They actually lose a lot of time, so they're starting to shuffle it up amongst themselves just a little bit. They lose almost a full second, Tim. That's not what you want to do, and I think part of that is because they're pinned behind a lap truck.
I tell you, if this goes green, it's going to be in the favor of our top 6 trucks right now. If it doesn't go green, it's going to be a huge benefit to Mark Moffitt, James Hickson, Earl Lateral, Stephen Hendren, and Gary Bauer, who are a lap down, praying earnestly for a caution at this point.
They are praying earnestly for a caution, but we're coming down to 40 laps to go, and I'll be honest, if there's going to be a caution at this point, I think it might come from one of these front 6 trucks because it is wheel to wheel right now. 17/1000ths of a second. The lead goes to Jay Anderson in the 18 top side as they went through turn 2. It is still, you can barely put a piece of paper between these trucks as they work down the Alabama Gang super stretch. Anderson, Rotteman, wheel to wheel, looking for the top spot, being pushed by Travis Brown and Dale Smalley as they head to the end of the super stretch. It's those four in lockstep to turn 3.
Round turn 3 they come. It looks like Anderson's partner got a little hot. He had to breathe it just a little bit. Still plenty of laps to go. Do not want to risk blowing it up now. But they're hooked back up again, and they're making the run back toward the front. Around the trial they come. Jay Anderson looking to be on the outside. Will he lead this lap at the finish line? Yes, he does. Jay Anderson still out in front with the 33, pushed by Travis Brown on the high side as they round in turn number 1.
Here we go. Stephen Hendren already a lap down into the pits. What is he thinking here, Nick? Is this some sort of fuel strategy he's banking on?
Tim, I didn't get wind of any communication with the spotter. This does appear to be an unscheduled stop. He may have sustained some damage.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. There's 39 laps to go right now as we watch this battle for the lead go 3 wide in turn number 3. It looks like the 18 of Jay Anderson got into the outside wall just a little bit, trying to we'll follow up on that on the team communications in just a moment as he looks to still be under full power right now, but fall into the back of this lead draft right here. We'll have to see if there's any major damage to that machine as they cross the stripe.
Jacob, I'm checking it out here, and it looks like he was going to make a scheduled switch. The 33 went low, the 18 went high, but he did scrape the wall ever so slightly at the right rear of his truck as he negotiated that corner, but I do not see any damage on his truck. I think he's going to be A-okay.
If he scraped the wall, it has not affected that truck at all. With a full head of steam down the back straightaway, he's going for the lead once again into turn number 3, shoving the 33 of Travis Brown all the way around the top side of this racetrack. They are wheel to wheel with Eric Rotteman again. It's as if they never lost any time off turn 4. 4 trucks under a blanket once again as they come down to the start-finish line. Tim, I wanted to make a mention right here, and I'll get back to it now as we watch these 4 trucks continue to battle for the race lead. That stop by Hendren, I don't know for sure, although as he goes 2 laps down now, maybe it was an unscheduled stop, but any of these guys now that are stopping, I don't know that you could call it unscheduled anymore. And now, if you pit here, you can make it to the end of this race on fuel.
Well, you're pretty far into the run, and I'm telling you, with $500 on the line, no doubt each one of these drivers has a crew chief in their ear right now and a spotter saying, hey, this is what you should do. So there's probably entire teams working for each one of these top drivers right now saying, okay, this is what I think you should do. And at this point, the driver's probably just fatigued mentally for one thing, probably physically fatigued at this point, and whatever his crew's telling him to do, he's probably going to do it at this point. So if they say, hey, pit now, he's going to pit now.
Guys, I'm going to tell you this, lap down traffic approaching, going to affect the race leaders here as they slowly go high. Damaged trucks into turn 2. We still on the bottom, looks to be the strongest way around this track. More lap traffic down the backstretch may be a factor here. Will lap traffic play a hand at the end of this race?
It all depends on where you catch them, and one of these lap trucks that they're going to catch here in about another lap or 2, because I'm watching how quickly they're catching him on timing and scoring, is the 73 of Jeremy Crandall. How tough a break, Tim, is that for a driver who led so much of this race in a tandem with the George Bark machine, the 42. Tough break for the 73. That is not how he wanted his night to go here with 36 laps remaining.
Jacob, these restrictor plate races, you know, these racetracks, Talladega, Daytona, they don't care who you are. The luck will play out the way it plays out. You may be the most talented driver on the planet. The track doesn't care. When it's your time, when your number's up, there ain't nothing you can do about it. You have to have an immense amount of skill and an incredible amount of luck to win at one of these tracks.
Guys, just got some word. We do have some drivers top here speaking to their crew chiefs. They're talking possibly in about 14 laps or less. No tire stops, fuel only, coming up soon.
Kit, let's get that straight. Let's wrap our heads around this one more time, Nick, because I don't think I've seen anybody stop for tires all night long. We're talking 188 laps, 500 miles on the same set of skids.
Yeah, Jacob, that is amazing. We have seen a few. I know Jay Anderson did take 2 right sides on one of the cautions, but you're absolutely right. Not everyone's been taking tires. Very interesting to see how it plays out.
That's
That 73
unreal.
truck sponsored by the Sadler Foundation. Thank you so much, all of our local sponsors sponsoring these drivers out on the track today for these noble causes. Thank you so much for all that you do for our drivers on the track. You're what makes the action happen. As the 73 breaks away and enters into the pits for his fuel stop without a partner.
73 is on the tail end of the lead lap here. 73 of Jeremy Candell bringing it on down. A little bit of right rear damage. We'll walk you through here, let you know what he ends up taking.
Fasten your seatbelts. I just was holding my breath, and lap traffic is going to be a factor before this is over. Almost was a factor right there. They were 3 and almost 4 wide, these front 6 trucks. And Daniel Miller, with a full head of steam, comes up the outside to lead this race. The problem is now he's hung in 3rd place, finally manages to duck down to the bottom in time and get in line before he's left outside with no help. These leaders right now snaking through lap traffic. These slower trucks going to make it very, very tricky navigating that these front 6 going single file, at least for now. They're giving up the battle for the lead in order to make sure they can battle for it at the end.
You know, Travis Brown and Daniel Miller are yellow stripers. You know, and we expect very clean racing from our blue stripers because they are more experienced in theory, you know, with staying clean on the track with the iRacing series. But our yellow stripe drivers here up front, that's the 06 of Daniel Miller and the 33 of Travis Brown. They are doing a great job on the field of keeping their truck clean, and they will be blue stripers if not black stripers before long if they continue driving with this level of professionalism.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job so far tonight as we really just now as we looks to see Eric Rodeman coming to pit lane, Nick.
Yes, we do have some more trucks turning in. Looks like partners decided to bring it in. We'll let you know with Jeremy Candell, fuel only. He did miss his pit stall. Tough break for him. He slid through it. He had to throw it in reverse. Hopefully everyone else getting on pit road will slow it down. No penalties so far. And they're on the way.
How many times have we talked about it already? 157 laps in, that mental toughness, that mental fatigue, it's starting to take a role in the outcome of this race, Jacob.
Yeah, it is, and it's amazing. We've not seen any penalties right now as almost contact between the 06 of Daniel Miller and the 18 of Jay Anderson. They got painfully close right there in the middle of turn number 3. I thought for a minute all 4 of our leaders were going to be hurting right there. Somehow they managed to hang on to it as they come to the start-finish line side by side. Travis Brown continuing to hold this lead right now as Dale Smalley, Eric Rodeman exiting pit lane. They may just be able to hang on to the tail end of the lead lap, but the story is going to be, when did these 4 make their final pit stop? That could be the difference.
With just 10 trucks on the lead lap, could you imagine how devastating it would be to lose all 4 of our lead drivers right now?
It
looks like
tough,
Travis McNutt is coming back out on the track, getting back up to speed. He did take a 2-tire stop. He is at the first truck a lap down here.
Tires, that's something we've not talked a lot about all night tonight, except for the lack of them as your leader is in. Travis Brown making the pit stop right here, bringing his partner Jay Anderson with him, lowering it down to 45 miles an hour. So your leader going to make his final pit stop. Nick, you're down there. What are we doing?
You know, man, I tell you what, Jay really slowed it down, I think a little too much. He was down in the 40-mile-an-hour range. As you guys know, it's 55 mile an hour to get down here. That may be costly. He may not be coming out with his teammate there. We'll have to wait and see how it all folds out here. Looks like his partner did take tires as well. Some guys are taking tires, some aren't. We have a Racine strategy on pit road during these green flag pit stops.
2 tires right here may actually help, Tim, because it'll help that car handle a little bit better, give you a little more grip to make those moves that you're going to have to make in the final 10 laps to have a shot at going to victory lane.
Oh, I agree with you there. You know, if I've already made my pit stop and I'm trying to make up some time here on the leaders that are in front of me, of course, if I'm still in the lead lap, I'm going to start wanting to play nice with another tandem. You know, I've got my racing partner at this point, but if we all 4 were to line up, get in a straight line and start going as fast as we could, we'd probably make up ground a lot quicker. What do you think, Nick?
You're absolutely right, Tim. The draft effect with multiple cars in tandem is much faster than a single truck, or 2 for that matter. The more trucks you can get nose to tail, the faster you're going to be. And the goal here is to try to run down those leaders as you try to get your trucks back up to speed, which it takes just about a whole lap to get your truck back up to speed. As we see a new leader, 78, bringing it back down to pit road here, followed by the 06.
Final pit stop. Brian Cross woes it up to 55 miles an hour. Daniel Miller right there with him. Miller going to pull into that very first pit stall at the entrance to pit road, and Brian Cross going to bring it down a little bit further. Nick, do we see 2 tires here from these 2?
Daniel, no tires, fuel only.
Wow, I find that call very interesting. Maybe they think they can make up a little bit extra time.
Yeah, trying to keep it on the inside line. We talked earlier how about that yellow line's your friend at these super speedways, but trying to keep it down and not drifting up with no tires, that's kind of difficult.
Guys, I got to really give it out here. It's unfortunate to hear this, but Brian Cross in the 78 came down as your race leader, overshot his pit stall. Unfortunate break. Green flag pit stops here, very costly indeed as he tries to make his way back up to speed.
And that's going to take Cross likely out of a chance to win this race. And what it's going to do is it may end his shot at a championship as well. He needed to finish ahead of both George Bart and Ryan Borge to have a shot to even win this championship. He was doing that by leading this race. Now, unfortunately, not only does he lose out maybe at $500, Tim, he loses a shot at a championship trophy as well.
What gets me with all these trucks that started this race and all the odds that are in play here, how are those 2 still even on the lead lap? That's amazing. You know why they're on the lead lap? Because they're that good.
I like that theory right there, and I'll tell you right now as we watch to see where the machines of Daniel Miller and Brian Cross cycle out, they are about 2 seconds behind your lead tandem, which once Rodney Smith in the 96 machine comes to pit road is going to be, I believe, Eric Rodeman and Dale Smalley, Tim. They use a great set of pit stops to pull about a 1.5 second advantage over the rest of these leaders, and that could be the difference here at the end of this race. We're down to 26 laps to go.
Take what you can get when you can get it. Don't ask questions at this point in the race. It's just go as fast as you can, as hard as you can. Nick, are there any more pit stops that we should expect for the duration of this race?
Tim, at this point, everyone should be good to go unless it's an unscheduled pit stop, such as the ones that decided not to take tires and they start getting a real bad vibration or feel like the tire's going down. They may bring it back in, but at this point, everyone should be good to go from here on out on fuel.
And speaking of being good to go, so that we can be good to go, barring any disastrous occurrences in the final 10 laps or so, we're going to take what we hope is our final scheduled break of the evening, but we'll be back to bring you to the checkered flag right after this from Talladega Super Speedway. This is Live Sim Racing TV and coverage of the Pros League Beer Money Truck Series. Back in a moment.
Trucking has always been a part of me. It started years ago when my dad and granddad were hauling vegetables to market in Liverpool. The family immigrated to Canada in the late 60s and settled near Alliston, Ontario. I bought my first truck in 1982 and Mercer Trucking was born. Today, Mercer Trucking has over 50 trucks in terminals in Toronto and Los Angeles, Our storage facilities at both terminals can handle any size of distribution needs throughout North America. We service the continental U.S., including Hawaii and Alaska. We run over 120,000 miles per month and some of the best equipment on the road today. We specialize in less than truckload shipments, show freight, we do rush team service deliveries, and haul your refrigerated or heated product. Our regular team service from Canada to California is second to none, and our staff and drivers are among the best in the business. I'm proud of our people and what they can achieve. Trucking is in my blood, it's my livelihood, and it's what I do best.
Welcome back to the Miss Dockside 500 from Talladega Super Speedway, and we've been talking about it all race long, how the complexion of this race can change, and it has just changed for Eric Rodeman in the number 43 truck. Had not taken a tire all night long, and it's just cost him. You see it on the replay right there. Blows a right front while leading, going into turn number 1, Tim, and now he goes from the lead to a lap down in 12th place. Heartbreak for Eric Rodeman, who was in the catbird seat to maybe get $500. Instead, now his chase for the win is over.
Heartbreak for Eric, but a blessing in disguise for the first 6 drivers that are right up there in the lead pack. Oh, we've got 5 in the lead pack now. That's George Barton, Brian Cross, Daniel Miller, Jay Anderson, and Travis Brown leading that lead pack up there. Really glad that happened. So now they have some position. Dale Smalley has now reached the back end of that pack. I think they could accept that either way. Okay, they chose to take tires early on in the race, so they're doing fine now. But I tell you what, if I'm a driver out there on the field and I haven't taken tires yet, I'm a little bit nervous right now.
Oh, I'm a whole lot nervous right now, and I'll tell you what, I was just watching that 42 at George Bark 2 laps ago. He was 2.5 seconds back. Where did he come from in the 42 truck? He got a huge push from the 27 of Gary Bauer, who is looking to get his lap back right here, Tim.
Nick, are these trucks equipped with nitrous or NOS, anything like that? Any kind of a turbo button? Do these trucks have those?
Oh, we got a huge wreck, Wow, the second place. Did we not get a caution for that? Unbelievable. We'll show you guys a replay of that in just a minute, but man, oh man, that just shows give and take is over. Wow, outside line, down the backstretch they come. An unfortunate break for 42.
And that was George Barton, Tim. Unbelievable. Yeah. We were literally just talking about him. And then the next thing we know, he's turned into the wall hard.
Yeah, the 42 got squished in between the 06 and the 27. And when that happens, especially if you're on old tires or a worn down truck here that's been at it all race long, you can get squirrely The 06 probably didn't know that George was on the bumper of the 27 when he got into him there. So that's what happens. You know, long endurance race, you get squished in the middle, you're going to get squirrely. And the caution did not come out for that because George was able to keep it down off of the racing surface. Good on him for allowing the racers to keep going at it even though he had some misfortune.
That is too bad. Off turn 4 they come. Looks like we've got the Travis Brown 33 hooked up with Jay Anderson. Jay Anderson's really coming strong here toward the end of this race. He looks to be a force to contend with here. Really getting it done out front as they make their way down into turn number 1.
And then there were 4 in contention to win this race. Tim, what did you say to me at the top of the broadcast? You thought there'd be 6 or 7 trucks in contention to win this at lap 188. Well, we're down to 4. So you were pretty close.
I've done this a time or two. The 2 times that I've finished a race, my truck or my car was beaten and broken, but by golly, it was taped up enough to stay on the lead lap and fight it out with the last 3 or 4 cars that were remaining. This is a long race, and keep in mind, these folks on track, while they are good at sim racing, most sim races do not last 188 laps at Talladega. They're mostly cut down to shorter time spans to account for having bigger fields. These special events, we're not used to these endurance races in sim racing, so it's an exceptionality, whereas your NASCAR drivers see this every week, week in and week out. Sim racers are accustomed to a shorter race, usually about half or even a third of what the NASCAR races experience.
And we're looking at this right now, and just to put into perspective how this race has changed from start to finish and how much these drivers have been through, we are now working on 3 hours and 13 minutes since the green flag fell in this race. We've gone from 42 trucks in contention to win down to 4 trucks in contention to win, and the fatigue, Nick, is just got to be getting unbelievable right now as we come down to 16 laps to go.
Jacob, you're absolutely right. At this point, most of these drivers are probably sweaty and their hands are probably hurting. They've gone through green flag pit stops. They haven't had a chance to really breathe and relax. It's been up on the wheel driving, white knuckle gripping, trying to keep control of your truck, trying to maintain position and be in a position here to strike when it counts. We're getting close to that time frame. It's very interesting to see how these trucks have been handling. Whoever did not take tires will be very curious to see, will we have more tire failures? Anything can happen still. We've got about 15 laps to go as the leaders are single file now, taking it easy, coming down the front stretch.
Jacob, I'm not surprised that Travis Brown, Jay Anderson, Daniel Miller, and Brian Cross are the top 4 cars right now. They were excellent during the duels. They have been great all race long. I'm telling you, I'm just not surprised. These are the 4 trucks that we've got leading the pack.
Based on the way this race is played out, I'm not either. And I'll tell you one more thing I'm watching, and I know I'm kind of harping on it just a little bit, but I'm going to harp on it for a different reason right now. Brian Cross is my driver to watch here in these final 14 laps to make whatever move he has to make to win this race. Doing the math right now, if Brian Cross can get up there and win this race based on where George Bark and Ryan Borge are in this field, he will not only bank $500 if he can win this race, he'll win the championship too. It's going to be close. I know the $500 is what matters to these guys right now, but for Brian Cross, it could serve a double purpose. Win the race, win the championship, win $500. That's 3 pretty good reasons.
Jacob, championships last forever. I won. Now, this is not amazing or anything at all, but I won a Division 9 championship once in the late models for iRacing. And I tell you what, I talk about it every chance I can get, point in case right now. So, a championship is awesome, no matter where it comes from or at what point in your career you get it. It's awesome to have a championship.
And that is what Brian Cross is looking for, because Ryan Borge runs 8th, George Bark 10th. Cross needs to pick up those couple of positions to have a shot to overtake Borge for the championship. He needs to make up 34 points. He can do that by winning this race. Coming down now to 13. Laps to go, 175 laps on the board. Travis Brown, your leader. Jay Anderson, second. Daniel Miller, third. Brian Cross, fourth. They're single file. Everybody else is 9 seconds or more in arrears as they work back to turns 1 and 2.
Down the backstretch they come, single file still on the bottom. Racers are now just trying to time it just right. I would expect to see the third and fourth place drivers here possibly hook up on the outside when the time comes. They may do some dry runs to make sure they can get it done. 78 definitely cooling his engine down a lot. That way he can definitely push to the very end as long as he needs to. Coming out of 4, still a single file. Travis Brown out in front.
Oh, by the way.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
One of the things that we've not even talked about so far tonight, but we have to be prepared for the potential of, Tim, the possibility of a green-white checker.
You know, I was just about to chat about that when you started to chat about it, because we're thinking along the same lines here. That's right, a green-white checkered. Who'd have thunk it? We've got room for at least 3 of those suckers. We're going to finish under green. No matter what happens here, I'm sure we're going to try and make that happen as best as we can. We talked about it earlier too, Jacob, Nick, staying clean, keeping that truck in good running condition and staying on the lead lap are the 2 most important things for these endurance races. Tell me about it, Nick.
You know, not just that, but also getting it done on pit road. No mistakes, no middle mistakes, no penalties. They've kept the fenders on the trucks. They've kept it cool. These 4 guys have really shown that they can get it done in these long races here. 500 miles, 188 laps. Lap traffic coming up here shouldn't be a problem here. Everyone give and take. Looks like it's going to be a pretty good finish here coming up here toward the end. Be very curious to see if the finish happens to have any type of lap down traffic interference to play into the hand.
Trouble for the 7 of Logan Cochran. His throughput levels have dropped out, so he has fallen out of the server. Going to try to get back in it and finish this race, but Logan Cochran, a long night. He was involved in a couple of the cautions earlier this evening, and now as they work back to the stripe, Travis Brown and Jay Anderson open up about a 3 truck length advantage. As they cross the line this time, there will be 10 laps to go. 2 hands outstretched from a flag stand as the 42 machine of George Bark, if you can believe this, has just gone 1 lap down. His shot to win this race after being one of the most dominant trucks all night may be over without a caution flag. They work down the Alabama Gang super stretch. Now all 4 of your lead pack trucks close up bumper to bumper as they 06 of Daniel Miller peaks to the high side. Can they get a run? Brian Cross is shoving him. The answer is no, at least not yet. They work off turn number 4. Travis Brown, Jay Anderson, Daniel Miller, Brian Cross. That's how they run through the tri-oval. 9 laps to go when they get to the start-finish line.
Down the front stretch they come, still single file, looking to time that move just right. Still a little too soon to step it up. What we need to see happen is a green run to the very end. That will play right in the hand with the 78 here pushing the 37. At that point, Brian Cross will be in position to step it out front there on the high side and get it done. Looks very strong so far. They've been airing it out, plenty of time to get it done, still getting into 3.
Hey, Nick, tell us, is it even possible, like for Travis Brown and Jay Anderson, they're up front right now, is there any way they can break away from that 2-car tandem behind them? Or are they just stuck there?
Tim, at this point, it doesn't look like they could break away. The 78's been pushing so strong. Jay Anderson, though, has definitely been getting it done. Props to him, but he's been behind Travis Brown for a very, very long time. That engine's got to be hot. Definitely those partners, it looks like Jay Anderson is definitely the pusher in this. I would definitely see it ending that way as Jay pushing Travis. But unfortunately, there's no way from here. It looks like a breakaway. They are going to be dealing with a high side pass coming to the checkered flag.
I wouldn't bet on it. I would not bet on it. I guarantee you'll see whichever tandem is in front, if they've got the room for that back truck to try to go to the outside to win $500, I would be willing to bet whoever's in second is gonna try something. I don't know when it'll come, but my bet would be maybe that last 1,000 yards at the exit of the tri-oval. That seems to be where everything happens here at Talladega.
Jacob, I was thinking the same thing earlier on, but then I remembered the discussions we had with our race winners for the 2 duels that we had earlier this week. We talked about this before. These guys have made deals with one another that, you know what, $250 a piece is better than $65, for coming in third, or whatever, to $85 for coming in third. So there might be some deals going on here saying, hey, if you make sure that I get the win, I will split that money with you. I guarantee you some of that talking is going on out here. Wouldn't you say, Nick?
Absolutely, Tim. Right now, the private channels are making deals. I would not be surprised to see Jay Anderson attempt to push Travis Brown for the win, and they could very well split the pot. But who knows? Jay Anderson, if he gets the run, times it right, he could very well shoot up and block the run on the high side and take the win himself. A lot can happen.
A lot could happen, but I'll tell you what, the wheeling and dealing may have been in the camp of that second tandem. Brian Cross just made the switch for the final time around Daniel Miller. He takes over third. Now the question is, does Miller push Cross to the win and the championship? Do they split the money? We'll have all those questions answered here in about another 13 miles or so. That's how much we have got between here and the checkered flag right now. Travis Brown leads this field. Jay Anderson, and then it's Brian Cross, the new man in third, as they come down to 5 laps to go. The signal from the flag stand, this time by 5 remain here at Talladega.
5 laps and $500 are on the line. This is going to get interesting.
Nick, you and I think, have been in this position a couple of times, driving together on these restrictor plate races where one of us has been pushing for a long time, and you get to that point where you're at the end, it's like, you know what, my truck's already hot, I don't think I'm going to be able to push you to the end. I mean, at what point do we stop worrying about the temperature gauges when we're trying to make a run to take the checkered flags?
Tim, as long as the nose of these trucks are not damaged, they can safely push them just wide open, nose buried in the bumper for a good 2 to 3 laps. However, if there's any bit of damage from pushing on and with this long race, that could be cut short to maybe a lap and a half. It'd be very interesting to see with these temperatures what they can hold up to. I would also watch again, not only overheating, but right front failures. Still a few more laps to go.
Watching the Mrs. Dockside 500, thank you again to Kim Dolan, Realtor. Contact her at 805-341-4495, the #1 listing selling agent in Ventura County, California. If you need some real estate in California, give her a call, Ms. Kim Dolan.
This time by, when they get back to the stripe, it'll be 3 laps to go. Working lap traffic, putting Eric Rodeman another lap down after he lost that right front while leading this race with 25 laps to go. His night changed so dramatically, and right now he can only watch as this 4-truck battle for the lead storms past through the tri-oval. This time by 7.5 miles separate one of these 4 drivers from victory lane, and 7.5 miles could separate Brian Cross from a championship. They head back to turn 1.
I think Travis Brown's watching his mirror more than he is the track in front of him. What do you think, Nick? It is crazy out there with just a few laps remaining. 2-3 laps remaining to go in this race? It is getting sketchy out there if I'm the race leader.
It's getting real sketchy. Tim, I'll tell you right now, that 18 of Jay Anderson's looking more and more to the outside of that 33 of Travis Brown. Could there be mutiny? Could Travis Brown be the one hung out to dry on the final lap? This time by, double popsicle sticks going to go in the air when they cross the stripe. Travis Brown leads it with 2 laps to go at Talladega.
Jacob, I was thinking the same thing earlier. Are they going to abandon their partner and pick up another one just as a way to shuffle it up on the final lap? Oh man, that would be great.
I don't think you care at this point. I think you go wherever the run is, and the run's to the outside. Down the back straightaway. Brian Cross trying to get to the corner panel of the 18. Jay Anderson tried to go up to block. He can't do it. They're going to be side by side for second going into turn 3.
Round turn.
Man.
Into turn 4 they go. Looks like they're still hooked up. They're going to get the run. Now is the time. It's now or never. $500 is on the line. White flag is in the air. The 06 needs to stay on the bumper of the 78 if he wants to get it done. Brian Cross needs that help. Outside move needs to happen. Down
At this
turn
point,
1.
no one is committed. No one is committed to being the pusher or the leader yet. They haven't decided what they wanted to do. Nose to tail coming out of turn 2. Jacob, what can we expect here?
This is what we can expect. The run to the finish right now. Down the back straightaway they go. Brian Cross to the outside. He's got the run going down into turn 3. Jay Anderson moves up to block. He cannot do it, and that may stall the momentum of Travis Brown. Side by side into turn number 3. Brian Cross, this is his shot at a win and a championship. He's got help from Daniel Miller. The 18, Jay Anderson, moves up to block. They come off turn 4 to the trioval for the final time. Travis Brown leads him into the trioval. Brian Cross gets a little bit loose. Jay Anderson moves up to block. 2, 3, Travis Brown will win.
Wreck at the finish. Wow. Anderson tried. He tried. Congratulations to Travis Brown on what a race finish. $500 richer. Wow.
Jay Anderson right there. Tim, Jay Anderson moved up a lane, then 2 lanes. Then, next thing you know, Brian Cross was in the wall coming to the line.
I'm telling you, my speculation, and we'll find out with driver interviews, but I think Jay and Travis had a deal going on, and they weren't going to let $250 slip away.
Wow, looking at that replay, unbelievable. Jay Anderson definitely decided at the very end there he was going to make a move. Tempted to make it 3 wide, pushed up to 78, got in trouble there in the right rear quarter and turned him at the finish line. And Jay Anderson will finish second place.
63 1/1000ths of a second. The official margin at the finish line. Travis Brown, your winner of the Mrs. Dockside 500 from Talladega. And unofficially, Ryan Borge going to be your champion for the Beer Money Truck Series inaugural season. And of course, we're still waiting on the math to confirm that, but unofficially, it looks like Borge going to hang on for the title, Tim.
I'm telling you, Jacob, this was exciting. I'm glad we made it here to the end of the race, because even though there were only 4 of them in contention, it was worth it. My goodness, look at the action that we endured all night long, and then to come down to the last couple of laps, they still hadn't committed to who their partner was going to be. And then coming out of turn 4, it's all or nothing, going to take a chance, whatever I can do to get that $500. Jay Anderson, Travis Brown duking it out there at the very end. Wow.
Congratulations to Jay Anderson, bringing home $85 for a second place finish, rolling across the start-finish line backwards.
The craziest $85 he ever earned. I'll tell you right now, there's going to be a lot to hear about in just a minute because this was a wild one, and we're going to hear from all of the top players here in just a few minutes. For now, though, I believe we are going to take a break, and when we come back, I'm sure we'll have victory celebrations to talk about. We'll hear from Travis Brown next on LSRTV from Talladega Super Speedway. You are watching the Beer Money Truck Series presented by the Pros League.
Trucking has always been a part of me. It started years ago when my dad and granddad were hauling vegetables to market in Liverpool. The family immigrated to Canada in the late 60s and settled near Alliston, Ontario. I bought my first truck in 1982 and Mercer Trucking was born. Today, Mercer Trucking has over 50 trucks and terminals in Toronto and Los Angeles. Our storage facilities at both terminals can handle any size of distribution needs throughout North America. We service the continental U.S., including Hawaii and Alaska. We run over 120,000 miles per month and some of the best equipment on the road today. We specialize in less than truckload shipments, show freight, we do rush team service deliveries, and haul your refrigerated or heated product. Our regular team service from Canada to California is second to none, and our staff and drivers are among the best in the business. I'm proud of our people and what they can achieve. Trucking is in my blood, it's my livelihood, and it's what I do best.
Welcome back to Live Sim Racing TV. Here tonight, Jacob Seelman, Tim Masters, and Nick Lockhart after an incredible Beer Money Truck Series finale, the Miss Dockside 500 at Talladega Super Speedway, and it's time for the Miss Dockside post-race show. As we get set to wrap up all the action, Tim, we have seen an absolutely incredible race. So while we've got a second, let's see how it ended. Travis Brown taking the win by a margin of 6/100ths of a second. Jay Anderson coming home in second. Daniel Miller third. Brian Cross fourth. Jay Anderson coming around backwards. I mean, how much can you say about that? Ben Burnett getting a strong top 5 run. Dylan Rose 6th, Travis McNutt 7th, Ryan Borge 8th, and grabbing the championship by the slimmest of margins. Dale Smalley, the last truck on the lead lap, in 9th, and George Bark, after a dominating run early in the race, a lap down in 10th.
2 laps down in position 11, Rodney Smith, followed by Eric Rodeman, Cecil Renee in 13th, Kerry Cleaver in 14th, 15th position, Jeremy Crandall, Mark Moffitt in 16th. He was the winner of our first duel earlier this week with a 16th finish. James Hickson in the 17th spot. Verlis Felkins finished 18th. Eric Wortley 19th. Richard Gabinelli 20th.
21st tonight goes to Gary Bauer. He had a strong run early, but ends up 6 laps down at the checkered flag. Christopher Lorenz, 22nd. 23rd, Robert O'Neill, I believe the last truck running. Out of the race, 24th, William Hale. Steve Hendren, 25th. Earl Lateral, 26th. 27th, the 7 of Logan Cochran. 28th, Wade Rookard. 29th was LG Whaley. And 30th tonight, Eric Wilson.
Now, the rest of the drivers finished over 100 laps down. In 30th spot, Eric Wilson. 31st, Scott Brinson. 32nd, John Corden had a great car but got caught up in an unfortunate incident. 33rd position, Jason Beach. 34th, Michael Benestow. 35th, the number 1 of Philip Carsley. 36th, Rod Rodimus Sr. 37th, Ralph Shipman. 38th, Carl Burke. 39th, Danny Riode, and 40th position, Stephen Earp, rounding up the field, Nick Giles. 188 laps down. Did Nick ever show up on the track there, Jacob?
Never took the green flag. Nick did not tonight. Problems from the very beginning at gridding tonight. And I'll tell you, Tim, I know you're getting ready down there trackside. Going to hear from our top 3, and you've caught up down there with Daniel Miller.
Daniel, do you have us?
Yes, I do.
Man, walk me through that last lap as you came out of turn 4.
Oh man, I feel bad for Brian. I lost him going into 3 and just couldn't ever get hooked back up. And then Jay was rubbing doors, and so I just dropped to the bottom to get as many positions as I could.
Well, now, I think Brian had a little help from Jay Anderson for not advancing there. Jay was doing just a little bit of strategy there as he exited turn 4. Did you think about maybe jumping ship on the 78 of Brian Cross?
No, I mean, we planned it out. We've been working together for last quarter of the race, and I just was working with a bunch of people, just couldn't never get hooked up with somebody for a long period of time, and we were together at the last pit stop, so we pretty much stayed together.
Well, Daniel, I got to say, and I've said it earlier in this podcast too, I'm not surprised it was the four of you at the end of this race. Y'all did a great job in the duels earlier this week, and all through this race, you did a good job of taking care of your trucks, avoiding incidences as best as you could, and actually just being there to have the opportunity to win the Mrs. Dockside 500. Hats off to you. Great professionalism on the track, and congratulations on your finish tonight.
Thank you.
$65, I believe, is your race winnings for sim racing for a night on iRacing.com. Not too bad.
Not too bad, yeah. I can get some gas, fill up my truck, and continue messing around.
All right, thanks again so much for all that you've done here, and great job on the track. Back to you, Jacob.
I think I'm going to throw it right back down to pit road here in just a second. Nick Lockard should have down there Jay Anderson, who came home runner-up tonight.
Jay Anderson, this is Nick. Are you there? You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you, Nick.
Jay, wow. Unbelievable finish. Great job. Made it really, really exciting here on that last lap. Congratulations on a runner-up. $85 richer tonight. Wow. Walk us through that last lap and what was going through your mind.
Well, I was behind Travis for quite a while, and I didn't count the laps. It seemed like 20, 30 laps. I was behind him, pushing him, and I knew we had him covered if we could just stay ahead of those the other two behind us. And my spotter was on the radio telling us how many seconds we had on the third and fourth, or the fifth and sixth place cars, and keeping a lap count and stuff. So I gotta give a shout out to Tony. For a great job as spotters, and but I told Travis on the radio, I said, you know, we got this covered, we can do this, and I wanted to make sure I kept the motor cool so I had enough to push him to the end.
Jay, great job. Early on in the race, you were actually one of my top picks here. I remember watching you drive it up through the field back in the 20th position range. Your spotter must have did a great job keeping it safe, keeping it clean, all the fenders on the truck to allow you to compete for the prize here. Congratulations.
Yep, thanks. I owe a lot to Tony. He was a great spotter. He always is, and keeps us right up on what's going on. And I'd like to give a shout out to George Bark Pro Racing for putting this great thing on. It's one of the biggest payouts that we've ever dealt with, and hat goes off to George and Bark Racing and Pro Racing for putting this on. And I'd like to thank my sponsor, Mrs. Dockside, Kim Nolan, realtor out of California. Without her, we couldn't do it. She sponsors a whole series, so she's a big part of it. And thank you, Kim. Appreciate it.
Again, Jay, great job. Thanks for making an exciting finish. Again, congratulations on your runner-up $85 prize. Look forward to seeing you race again.
Okay, thank you.
And heading right down now to Victory Lane. Celebration has begun, and I'll tell it's going to be a wild celebration. $500 worth. Travis Brown, you take home the big trophy, the big prize, $500 richer in one of the most wild finishes I think we've seen in a long time. Talk about that last lap. How was the mirror that last lap? I guarantee just watching it, you were looking out that mirror trying to gauge whether the 06 and the 78 were going to be able to make that run on the high side that last lap.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was a lot more worried about Daniel and Brian than I was Jay, because me and Jay worked together, and if it wasn't for him, I definitely wouldn't have won that race. I gotta thank him.
When at that point coming off turn 4, they were looking outside at that point. Were you at all worried that they were going to be able to get that run through the tri-oval, or at that point did you think you guys had it there coming off turn 4?
Coming off of 4, I thought it would be a lot closer than it ended up being, but once they got to the tri-oval, we kind of broke their momentum, and then I know Jay and Brian, I believe, got together, and that really broke their momentum, so I just knew I needed to hold the yellow line so Daniel couldn't make that last run.
And it was certainly a run that you guys kept from impacting your run to the finish. $500, Richard, for you. Definitely a big prize for just sitting here for 3 hours or so at your computer. What does a big win like this mean for you in the context of your sim racing?
Yeah. Can you repeat the question? I wasn't paying attention.
What does the win mean to you, man? It's a big one for sure.
This is definitely the biggest win I've had on iRacing. I've been on here for a little over a year now, and this is a big one. I haven't won many in the league racing side, so definitely I take all of them I can get, but this one definitely is the biggest.
$500, and I know certainly you can't do it by yourself, and there's a whole team and other supporters that help make it possible. Who makes it happen for Travis Brown?
Oh, I got a whole list here. I got to thank Jay, like I said, first off. Wasn't for him, I wouldn't have won this thing. My teammates, Ryan Borges and Daniel Miller, they've helped me out a lot, just really since I've met them. Dale Smiley, he was working with us a little bit today. He taught me how to do this restrictor plate stuff. He really helped me out there about, 6 months ago with all this stuff. Gary Bauer, George Bart Competition Karting. Check them out if you're doing any kart racing. TSP Lost Control. Mrs. Dockside, Kim Dolan. Without her, this league wouldn't have the payouts it does. And LSRTV for giving it to all of our viewers and everybody for tuning in and watching tonight. Hope they enjoyed it.
Oh, we certainly enjoyed it from up here in the tower. Travis Brown, your winner tonight here from Talladega in the Miss Dockside 500. Travis, congratulations again.
Appreciate it, guys. Oh, and I promise, Brian, if y'all have time, y'all need to talk to Brian because he had a front row seat for that. He really wanted an interview, and he was bummed out. So if y'all can get to him, get to him.
You read my mind right there, because I did exactly want to go right from over here in Victory Lane over to that number 78 machine of Brian Cross. He did have a front row seat to it, and boy, not only did he have a race win in the balance, but he also had a championship in the balance, and we'll see if we can dial him up here in just a second after a wild finish here at Talladega. Brian Cross, so you're standing over here a little bit from Victory Lane, and I know it's not where you wanted to be, and not only did you have a race win possibly in the balance tonight, you had a championship that you were fighting for, trying to get to Victory Lane, because that was basically going to be the difference with as strong as you and George Bark and Ryan Borge all ran all night. What was the difference that last lap?
Oh man, just I got a little bit too much of a run and got separated off my teammate and wasn't able to get a good enough run up along him. Couldn't really get the right run on him to get around him. That's really made the difference. And Jay Anderson, Travis Bark, or Travis Brown, they're Class X. They got fast trucks and hard to get around them. So yep.
How tough was this race on you? You were basically one of the 4 survivors there that were fighting out for the win at the end. How tough was 500 miles tonight? 3.5 hours worth of sim racing.
Grueling. It was just a little grueling. Sitting here having to have my dad get me some refills on my drink and whatnot. Yeah, it was a long race for sure.
I know it doesn't come away the way you want it to. Miss out on the race win, miss out on the championship by the slimmest of margins, but just finishing this race I know was a big accomplishment for you, and I know you can't do it by yourself, and there's people and supporters to thank. Who makes it happen for you, Brian?
Oh man, there's a huge list. Gotta first off thank George Bark Competition putting on this, whatnot, and sponsor my real race car. He helps me out a lot. This money that I won right here tonight, I'll probably be taking and going racing out in Holyoke, Colorado Saturday. So George Bark, do it nail painting, off the wall engines, Jason Wall, BMS chassis, EST Racing Series IMCA. Check them out. That's where I race. Race IMCA Northern Sport Mod. I run the number 78. So we'll have some YouTube videos and whatnot. Check them out.
strong fourth place run. Brian, congratulations on making it to the end and being in contention, and we know we'll see you back on the service here shortly. Congrats again.
Yeah, definitely. I hope I ran this Colorado truck proud tonight.
All right, Tim Masters, we're all gathered back up here before we turn it loose for the evening. Any final thoughts that you have after we've sat through 500 miles here at Talladega?
You know, after spending the week with this Pros League group of racers, I can't say how impressed I am with the professionalism of these folks on track. It is very difficult, first of all, to learn how these trucks operate in a sim racing environment, to master those skills, and then to charge towards the front in an effort to grab $50, like during our dual races earlier this week as the race winners then, or to grab $500 as the race winners here, and to see such professionalism on track, such courtesy from driver to driver on the track. I can't say enough about how impressed I am with the folks, the drivers here at prosleague.com. If you want to know more about these folks, visit them at www.pros-league.com. Click the join button on the top in the middle of the menu section. Fill out that form to learn a little bit more about prosleague.com. Great job out there. Proud to have been a part of this race week for them.
Nick Lockhart, you've been down with the drivers most of the night, gotten a lot of different perspectives for us. Any final thoughts from your end?
Jacob, it definitely came down to strategy. It's unfortunate for George Bark with the right front failure. This could have been a different story played out, and unfortunate that he had tire failure. But that goes to show you, you got to be changing tires on those stops when you can. So hopefully these drivers will learn from their mistakes and move on and have a better shot next time.
That I am sure they will do, and the iRacing service never sleeps, and we'll be seeing these Pros League drivers back on the track here in the very near future. But for now, that draws an end to the Beer Money Truck Series Season 1, and want to say a special congratulations to the O2 of Ryan Borge. We'll wait for a mathematical confirmation to come up on the Pros League site, but by our unofficial mathematician, statistician people, we've got Ryan Borge as the champion of the inaugural season of the Beer Money Truck Series. So congratulations to him. He comes home 8th on the lead lap. Strong run for him. He survives. But congratulations especially goes to Travis Brown of the number 33 truck, your winner of the Miss Dockside 500, pockets $500 for the win. One more time, a special thank you to Miss Dockside herself, Kim Dolan Realty out there in Channel Island, California, for putting out the purse tonight, for sponsoring the series. Does a lot for this Pros League, and we appreciate everything that she does for the series. So one final time tonight for Nick Lockhart, Tim Masters, and our executive producer, Laura Lawson, for LSRTV. I'm Jacob Seelman, reminding all you race fans out there to keep it off the wall until we meet again, and we'll see you on the virtual racetrack next time. This has been the Miss Dockside 500 from Talladega Super Speedway. Good night, race fans.